see exactly what we're looking at so far for some of these results coming in. We are seeing that, there's not a whole lot of votes that are coming in yet in District 1. Jamie Comer well ahead of his incumbent challenger there. Not a surprise, even though these are very, very, very early preliminary numbers. Yep. And there are central time zone counties there, right, Julia?
Right, yeah. I think almost all of his district is in the central time zone, maybe a few that leap over, but James Comer, obviously well known, doing a great job for his constituents up in DC. He's got name ID, great fundraising ability, and he's really kind of positioned himself as a darling of the Trump administration. We having any numbers in District 2 yet? Let's see if we have anything in House District 2 starting to come out. Again, very early numbers. Brett Guthrie with 4 people on the ballot there. Again, less than 20,000 votes have been tabulated in that, but he's up 76%. Let's see if we have any District 3, because we've been waiting to see if Jefferson County's numbers are going to be dumped in, and this is one that will tell us whether District 3 has any. I was just getting a text from somebody who was saying, look, they're still waiting for some of those the chips coming in. So we're going to go. They don't have the numbers in yet in Jefferson County. When they do, that could really make for a very interesting evening. Totally so let's go to District 4, and that is the Thomas Massie, Alexander Owensby race. A lot of northern Kentucky counties there, and Owensby early on ahead of Massie on a what looks to be a barn burner, but again, you're going to have more than 40,000 votes in that 4th district tonight. Julie, what do you make of that as you look at it? How much is reporting there? 10% reporting. 10% reporting. Okay, yeah. Thomas Massie is certainly unique compared to the rest of the congressional makeup of Kentucky in that he's very much more of the Rand Paul camp. He's much more liberty-minded, independent. I think oftentimes will be the lone no vote in the face of his caucus on a lot of issues. So he's certainly a different breed of candidate than Kentucky is used to. But I think at the end of the day he'll pull that out. But that is interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Let's see here. We have District 5. That's the we already talked about District 5. What about District 6? Because AP is calling it for Hal Rogers. Let's take a look at Andy Barr, because we talked about this before we went on the air tonight. This is going to be the one that I think the, Andy Barr, the incumbent, what a summer personally. His wife dies unexpectedly. Yep. And he's in the middle of a campaign, in the middle of a pandemic, and he's running against Josh Hicks, who is doing very well. It appears in those those Fayette County districts, David. It's 35% reporting. 35% reporting, but it's 35% reporting. Again, the question always comes when you're looking at these results as they come in is where's the vote, right? So we're making the assumption all of this is Fayette County, but this year it's kind of hard. Typically, for those who are watching, and you're not always paying attention to different elections and how they usually operate. In years past, what would happen is you could go precinct by precinct, get results, and then those county clerks they would release their results. And sometimes, even in a county, you would see them, certain precincts wouldn't have come in just yet in terms of the total that comes in. In this case here, because we've done early voting, because they're had the opportunity to process more ballots, you're seeing a lot more information being dumped at one time, and then also you're having opportunities where it's not done by precinct necessarily. You're still voting by a precinct where you live, but the places where you vote might be different. So if I'm Josh Hicks right now at this stage in the night, I'm happy, very happy that these results are here, and we just need to see where how it goes as these smaller counties that are in that district come in. I think this is by far the most competitive congressional race we have tonight in Kentucky, the 6th. And it's for a lot of reasons. It's because at the end of the day, the 6th district is a Democrat district. By registration. So Andy Barr handily beat Amy McGrath 2 years ago. And Amy McGrath at the time was a candidate who had a strong ground game and was also flush with cash, as she is in this race as well. So I tend to think if Andy Barr was going to get taken out just by just by the makeup of his district, it would have been his last race against Amy McGrath. So I think we'll have to keep an eye on it. It is the most competitive congressional race in Kentucky tonight.
Now, the one thing I will say, because a lot of times, you'll hear people, will talk about, there's more Democrats in Kentucky than in terms of registration than others. Now, remember too, I think, Mark Twain always said he wanted to die in Kentucky because things happen 10 years later here. What you're seeing here in Kentucky, we're still still some of the vestiges of those Democrats that might be more conservative leaning, that might actually would fall into the Dixiecrat type of mindset and voting pattern, more a la like the late Strom Thurmond, folks of that ilk. And so when you're looking at that, factor that into your thinking as well.
Yeah, we can't fall for kind of the trick of looking at early voting and looking just at registration on who's voted and assuming that's the contents of their ballot. Because we've seen time and time again. No. I mean, Kentucky's become more and more conservative.
Really fast, I'm sorry, Chris, I'm going to cut you off really fast. Really fast, I want to ask you kind of a big picture question. We are seeing record numbers of early voters, and we are seeing record number of absentee ballots, not just in Kentucky, but across the state. How do you think that is going to affect your parties, respectively, when it comes to the vote and when it comes to who's showing up to the polls to vote for your candidates?
Yeah, I think that's a big question. It kind of goes back to we can't fall into the trap of assuming because we know Democrats turned out, let's say, early mail and Republicans turned out in-person early voting, that we know what the contents of their ballot is. We haven't elected a statewide Democrat to federal office since Wendell Ford. So I think given the climate and you have the pandemic factored in and it's our first time with early voting ever, it's hard to make a lot of those takeaways other than anecdotally until kind of all the data and evidence is back to really digest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's take a look at the two constitutional amendments. First, let's Marcy's Law, the so-called Crime Victims Bill of Rights, and the early numbers coming in. We have about 200,000 votes already counted in Kentucky so far, that passing 65 to 35. Julia, this is something that passed easily the last time. It was the Kentucky Supreme Court who said, nope, got to go back to the voters. And so, what are you anticipating? Are you anticipating that's going to hold up? We're 10% into the vote.
Passed overwhelmingly in 2018. It is now passed both chambers. And the majorities required for constitutional amendment is a much higher vote threshold in the General Assembly than any other piece of legislation. It's a 2/3 majority. So that's a high bar for any bill to get through. And this bill has now made its way through the process twice. And this is the second time voters have seen it. I expect them overwhelmingly to support it again tonight.
David, do you think there's anything on there that's going to bring up another challenge? This is one of those contentious topics that if it wins again tonight, you anticipate that there might be another challenge?
I don't see one, necessarily happening. You've had the arguments that were made by those who were against the amendment. Not necessarily, I think they were against the sentiment behind the law, but the amendment itself, where they recognized, they said, look, everything that's in the amendment is already codified. It's in law. And then when you codify that now in the Constitution, you're making it that much more difficult that should you get into a situation where you find that, wait a minute, we need to make changes to this because of unintended consequences, then it becomes more difficult to be able to change that because it's a constitutional amendment.
And if you're just tuning in, I want to let you know who we're with. Haley Minogue, my colleague, and I are here, but we have David Tandy, former Metro Councilman, and Julie Bright-Krigler, a Republican strategist. And it's funny, you just brought something up that Julie and I at the Capitol all the time here, and that is unintended consequences. And the other one is cleanup bill. And if you are watching this and you're just a little into politics, or you're getting more engaged, because we know so many of you registered this year and got involved in the process this year, pay attention this upcoming year when we go into the General Assembly and how many times you hear unintended consequences and how many times you hear cleanup bill. And think about the people who represent you and their use of those words. It will change the way that you look at how you decide how you're going to vote and how the questions you're going to ask of your lawmakers.
Well, and let me just
because there are unintended consequences. There are things that happen.
Yeah, because
there are things that happen, but then there are also times when you say, okay, well, did you have enough hearings before you had this?
Well, yeah, but at the same time too, how many of us? I'm going to ask by show of hands. You're right. Who's out there. But how many of us out there have been 100% right on every decision that we've made every single time that we've looked at an issue? There's none of us who've done that, right? And the legislative process is like, it's no different than the conversations that we have in our respective households every day. And there's times we thought, I am absolutely positive and right that this is the way that something should be and how it should be done. And then you get into it and you're like, no, that's not the way that it breaks down. So we should have the ability to be able to say, hey, I made a mistake, let's fix it. And let's get to the right result.
But the point also is you will hear those words coming from the same lawmakers year after year after year. And that's when you probably ought to be paying attention more than others. Not former Metro councilmen who got it right 100% of the time.
1,000% of the time.
Well, we're talking about term limits, and this other constitutional amendment was about term limits and judges. And we want to take a look at those numbers that are coming in so far early.
I'm very curious about this one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Those are early. That's 11% of the vote. But what do you make of it, Julia?
Interesting.
Anecdotally, I had so many people call me and be like, "What is this? Why is this necessary?" I think there was kind of a gap in education on what this was, what the intent was, and why it was brought forward. So I don't think there was a great education campaign maybe on what is this. And at the end of the day, it's really bringing some uniformity into the district judges, their terms, and the experience required. Every other type of judge in Kentucky requires, they have 8-year terms and they require a certain number of years of experience. District court judges, because of how it was set up, I think in the 70s, we had police court judges.
Yeah.
There weren't enough attorneys in every district with the right amount of experience to even have district court judges, so they lowered the threshold of the experience required. And so this is kind of updating and bringing some uniformity to that. But I mean, when you hear about expanding terms of folks, I don't think that's something a lot of people are on board with.
And David, did that just not play well this year when people heard expanding terms, when they looked at the just how, I wouldn't say chaotic, but how tense and how much people wanted to talk about accountability no matter what side of the aisle they were on politically, that talking about extending terms just did not really play that well this year. In the court of public opinion.
Yeah, well, I think that's the point, is in the court of public opinion, because then when you start talking to those of us in the legal profession who are looking at the issue, and we are the ones who are engaging district court judges all the time, it makes sense to those of us who are attorneys and judges, or who are saying, this makes sense. You do want to up the requirement in terms of what's required to be a district court judge. Lengthening the term made sense, because there's always been this question here in Kentucky, does it make sense to elect judges to the bench? Because you're trying to have the judiciary not be a political entity, but yet we're still relying upon...
So moving the term to 8 years versus 6, they're not always kind of running that cycle of re-election. And I think the hope was it takes some of the politics out of it, but also makes it uniform with the other judges.
Right.
And that's important for redistricting.
Well, it's true. And that being said, when we start talking about, and you're comparing amendments to each other, we talked about Marcy's Law, where that's gone through twice, and the
overwhelming campaign, public campaign. You had Christopher 2X and Kelsey Grammer. I mean, what? If you can get those two on the same page of something, probably worthy of looking at.
We're just a couple of minutes shy of 7 o'clock, and I'd like to, as we get ready, what is important about 7 o'clock is Indiana and Kentucky's central time zone counties are going to close. And so that's about the time where you think about races that may start to expand. When some of the national outlets start looking at those and thinking about really where the numbers are. We're still waiting for a lot of these numbers to come in from Kentucky and Indiana, but if we could pull up the president's race in Indiana and talk about that for a couple of minutes, I think it's worthy of that right now, Haley, because as we start to think about the central time zone counties closing, it's really hard to do exit polling this year because people could vote anywhere in their county, and there were so many absentee ballots coming in, and only 6% of the precincts reporting, the vote reporting there, but David, when we look at Indiana, we see the president with that healthy lead in Indiana that we've been expecting, but again, 6%.
And that's about, I have to go back and look at just to double check about it. I think it's margins about what we were seeing, before. So it's holding, true to kind of what we kind of expected right now. So we'll just have to continue to wait and see. Now, even with that, again, we don't know where Indianapolis, if their numbers have come in there. You've got
The collar counties,
and all of that,
and
then you go up into Gary, Indiana, and see what the turnout is there.
And we also were looking at the Kentucky numbers for the president's race as well, and we've seen those kind of hold, but it's still early on in this as we're waiting for the Central Time Zone counties to officially close their polls. But right now, this is the center of Trump country when you look at the map, Julia. This is going to be where tonight, as things go on, if you really want to see if things don't go well from the president, you got to look at some of the heartland where he has done well in the past.
Yeah, I think the other area too, that if the president isn't doing as well, it's going to hurt those Republicans on the ballot in suburban areas.
Trying to see if the Associated Press has called one of these, not seeing an official call on it, but this is what we're kind of anticipating, why I wanted to bring this up, whether the Associated Press would call one of these races, waiting for anything official on that. But why is it, Julia, that the Associated Press or others could start to kind of think about these things as they're just people who are watching this who are new into politics say, well, you just have these polls in Western Kentucky close. How can you even think about this? There's so much to go here. We just saw Joe Biden leading it early on.
Yeah, so the modeling and the data.
Yeah, it's okay.
The modeling and the data, I think, when you look at Western Kentucky and the makeup, it has been trending conservative despite the Democrat registration. That is where in the State House they have picked up a ton of seats in the State House from West Kentucky. So I think when they're looking at the modeling, the data, the trends, you can especially look at a state like Kentucky and kind of get an understanding of what's going to happen despite West Kentucky.
And again, sorry, as we're here in the first few minutes of the Central Time Zone counties coming out, David, we're still waiting for some of these results to come in, and we're watching and waiting to see if the Central Time Zone counties live true to what we have expected over the years in some of these races. And this is what makes election night fun, is the early returns and trying to make sense of the early ones, right?
Exactly. And then couple that with, and we're also going through a voting during a pandemic and how that's kind of changed the way we look at things. So all these
sometimes you can catch early trends looking at the early numbers. Other times it's telling a totally different story.
Yep.
Absolutely can get surprised there at the last minute for sure. Absolutely last minute surprises. I know I've been thinking a lot today about 2016, and I'm sure you all have done the same thing, just thinking about pre-polling numbers and then numbers as they started coming back that evening. So it'll be interesting to see as the evening goes on what our numbers are doing. We're following here, you can see right here next to me, we use this amazing app called Tagboard, and it helps us kind of locate and centralize all of our reporters that are out in the field as they are sending back their returns. So I want to show this video really fast. It was from the Kentucky Expo Center. It was at 5:23. This is Mayor Greg Fisher. He already had voted. He just wanted to go and cheer for people as they were getting into the Expo Center to vote at the last minute. I thought that was pretty cool, just to kind of show up and cheer people on. And we've been seeing these videos all across Kentucky and all across Jefferson County too, of first-time voters or maybe voters that just had their rights restored, getting the chance to go and vote, and it's a huge commotion. People are dancing, they're celebrating. I think if there's one good, silver lining that we can take away from this year's election, it is that people, I feel, are energized and excited to exercise this right to vote. And it's not something that I've seen recently, especially in my generation, of people that are so excited to get to the polls, that are so motivated. People say millennials are lazy all the time, but I think that this election is going to definitely prove that wrong, that millennials were energized, they were ready to get to the polls and exercise that vote.
Okay, and the Associated Press, it appears, the Associated Press, trying to pull up the tweet here.
Hold it for Trump.
No, it looks like they're calling the Eric
Kentucky?
Holcomb race. So I want to see if we can pop up the numbers for the governor's race in Indiana as we talk here. And I'm seeing a tweet that has been shared through Associated Press Politics. The interesting thing is, so we've seen a couple of these tweets come over from the Associated Press, and there we go. We now have it through the Associated Press. Governor Eric Holcomb is being projected the winner of the Indiana governor's race
And Chris,
over
right
Woodrow
on
Myers.
right on the tails of that too, we're seeing now that the Associated Press is calling Kentucky for President Donald Trump for the incumbent in that race as well. We are already seeing Kentucky called with 16% of the vote.
Made it 2 minutes into the Central Time Zone before that.
Right.
2 minutes.
Anticipated that, and if we could, after we look again here at Eric Holcomb being projected the winner by the Associated Press for the Indiana governor's race, maybe we can look at what the latest numbers are in the Kentucky race for the presidency between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Again, appears that the Associated Press is calling Kentucky for President Donald Trump and has. Those numbers and the percentages will change as we get more numbers coming in. The next one would be wondering whether he's how well he's doing in Indiana. But just a couple of minutes into the 7 o'clock hour, not a huge surprise there. That was one of the big ones we had been watching, David, that the president being projected the winner in Kentucky. I think that kind of plays in Kentucky's favor in knowing that there were not expected to be huge surprises with the changes to the election. Kind of makes you wonder, how things worked out. That those who opposed, those who wanted to see Joe Biden win Kentucky have got to be disappointing. But some of the neutral political watchers it'll be interesting to see how they feel about how the results come in, trickle down through the night, percentages and how they carry over and how that makes them feel about how things changed during the pandemic primary or the pandemic.
You're just talking. You're referring to just in terms of the way the election was
held.
I think out of all of this, what we will come away from this is realizing that we can do early voting in Kentucky. We can, conduct elections in this way. A number of the people that I've talked to, and your reporters have talked to, throughout this whole process have said, this has been the easiest process, the easiest way to go and cast votes. It was their best experience going to go vote. And so I'm encouraged and hopeful that we can learn lessons from this, tweak things that need to be tweaked to make it, better and more efficient. But nonetheless, I'd rather for us to have, instead of election day, to have a voting season, to make it more accessible to take and for people to be able to participate.
Julia, you look like you're chomping at the bit there.
No, I mean there's a lot I agree with there. I think politically it's nearly impossible to put that genie back in the bottle. I think once you've kind of opened the gates on early voting, as David said, there are certainly some tweaks. I think there's probably a sweet spot. Maybe it's not 3 weeks, maybe it's not 10 days, but maybe there's a sweet spot in there that can be adjusted. And recognizing that we are in unprecedented times, that we've had this bipartisan moment with the governor and the Secretary of State to come together and make this adjustment with the pandemic, but maybe taking perhaps a second look at working out some of the tweaks and some of the concerns, really. When you have a state legislative districts that are being decided by 10, 20, 30 votes, and you have a situation like what happened close to Douglas Hills, where a construction worker happens to open up a dumpster and find 100 ballots, that's an issue. And so I think we've got to look at, how do we cut down on the number of people between you and your ballot being counted? And how do we cut down, in some places, does it need to be 3 weeks, the time between you and your ballot being counted?
Go ahead, Dave, and I'll listen. I'll wait for your thought before I transition to something else.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say about that is, this election, one of the other things that I don't know if how much the viewing public realized or not. But with this particular election, there was a mechanism put in place to where you could cure your ballot, meaning if there were irregularities in the sense that you maybe didn't sign your name the same way that you had before, or there was something wrong with the way that you fill out your ballot, you were notified ahead of time, hey, you need to come in and fix this, and they were able to do that. Now those numbers, let's put everything in perspective, because I know a lot of times people want to talk about there's this vast conspiracy,
right.
There are all these different things. Out of the 2.17 million votes that were cast in this election, you're talking about 0.14% or 2,000 ballots that had those irregularities in there.
But
and then of those, you had over 92% of those fixed.
Right.
Now, to your point, I think, Julie, where you were talking about where ballots were ending up in dumpsters and things of that nature, that's an issue where we need to be fixed. But even with those situations there, I was just telling before we came on the air, anecdotally, I had a friend, her mother and her daughter went to go vote. They got their ballot. They requested the mail-in ballots. They put it in the mail. The mom's ballot was tracked and received. The daughter's didn't come in.
Right.
Because it was being tracked. She was able to go in and vote in person because she knew my vote hasn't been received yet.
I think the perspective of in the last election cycle alone, we had 6 state house seats that were determined by 13 or less votes.
Yeah.
Even that 2% of the 98% that were fine, we can do better.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a what does this really mean question for the both of you, and I want to show the McConnell-McGrath race with the context that we know that Kentucky has been called for President Donald Trump, and it was roughly a similar margin, 11 points versus, well, I guess it was a smaller margin for McConnell-McGrath, but with the same percentage called in, they're not ready to call McConnell-McGrath. What does that tell you, David, when you look at these numbers so far, knowing that the AP has already projected Donald Trump to win Kentucky, but they're nowhere close to calling it for McConnell?
Well, I guess through their modeling, they're more confident as it relates to the president at the top of the tick. Well, I'll say it. Let me say it a different way.
Okay.
I think in terms of when you looked at the polling and favorable, unfavorables of President Trump compared to Senator McConnell, President Trump was more popular in the state than Senator McConnell is. And so they may have felt more comfortable saying, based on all those different data points, we feel more comfortable go ahead and calling that one. But with this one, we don't know if there are going to be anybody out there who may vote for President Trump but not vote for Senator McConnell in that race, and wait to see. I don't know.
Julia, who is the top Republican vote getter in these two races, I guess, is going to be the interesting question there.
It will be, yeah, with Trump's margin at this point, and again, we haven't had all of the votes counted yet, so at this point, Trump's margin is only 11%.
Yeah, one thing to factor in on the Senate race, there hadn't been a lot of talk about it yet, but Brad Barron is a Libertarian that's running in that race, and like right now, he's got 4.4%, of the vote, and so that's probably their difference between the presidential race, even though you do have, Kanye West running,
What's your over-under on how percentage of Kanye West votes?
Not enough.
Yeah. it's not gonna make that much of a difference.
Less than 1% of Kentuckians. But are you hearing a lot on social tonight about the Kanye West vote?
Not as much as I would think. I think from the very beginning, it seemed like people were like, haha, Kanye's running for president, and then it just kind of dropped off on social media, and people, I feel like on both sides of the aisles really did their best to say this is not a real thing. Let's be careful here. But you can see right here we are seeing 0.24% of the votes right now for Kanye West. compared to Joe Jorgensen's 1.1% of the votes. So, I mean, he is putting the votes up there, but no, I'm not seeing too much in the vein of Kentucky as far as Kanye West is concerned.
He is not going to be the big breaking story tonight.
He is
as
not.
we move forward into
he's
election night.
not.
We have some potentials for some really good ones, and that's
Yeah.
one reason why we do this on election night. We bring in great analysts like David Tandy and Julia Krigler, because we want to try to put some context for you into these things. And all of us are working the phones, and we're trying to talk to some of our contacts who are out there who can get us the information more quickly, the accurate information, try to paint a picture of what we're looking at. And Haley, I know that just a second ago you had up on the monitor there this look at the balance of power nationally. And we know that Kentucky has been called for President Trump, projected the winner by the Associated Press early, right around the 7 o'clock hour. Still no word on whether that's going to be the case in Indiana. But we look at the balance of power map, and you're starting to, in the background, you're starting to see faded colors there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You're starting to see Florida with some early returns, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Indiana, Vermont has called it for Joe Biden, and then New Hampshire as well. Interesting right now with 43%, Florida is light blue, guys. And then same with Georgia. They only have 3% of the votes in, so obviously super early on their returns, but they're also light blue.
So if I might to just talk about Florida for a minute. So I was talking to a friend of mine, former congressman down in Florida. I just said, hey, what are you seeing on the ground there in Florida? He said that Vice President Biden had about a 52% chance of winning the state.
Wow.
Right. And I said to him, I was like, that's not what I'm hearing, in the national, numbers.
Right.
But this is, but clearly, I mean, this is a gentleman who's, was, ear to the ground, former member of Congress. He didn't lose his seat. He gave it up to run for statewide office. And so knows what's going on there. So you saw at both campaigns put a lot of effort down there into Florida. President Obama closed out the campaign there in Miami-Dade County. And so, we'll see. And that's going to be critical as far as the presidential is concerned. Because if the Democrats are able to put Florida into their column and are able to do that early in the night,
that's going to change a lot of the conversation as we move into the late night when you're talking about the presidential race itself.
Yeah, guys, I was a reporter in Florida in 2016 for this election, and in the last month covered, I think, 2 Trump rallies and a Biden rally just in my coverage area when I was in the Florida Panhandle. So seeing how hard that the Republicans hit Florida, I wasn't surprised that year when Florida did go red.
Right.
I haven't paid as close of attention, obviously, since I'm not in Florida anymore. But I think that light blue color early on might come as a little bit of a shock, except for it sounds like to your contact, David, down there, not a shock to him. But
Now, again, let's take all this with a grain of salt, too.
Of course,
right now you're looking at Virginia, and it's lightly shaded red right now as well. And
1%
throughout the year, Virginia has not been considered a battleground state. It's been clearly, in the Democratic, column. So, and again, one of those that you're looking at the up in the DMV area around DC and those areas.
While we're talking about this race, we know that Eric Holcomb has been called for the governor's race, projected by the Associated Press, but President Trump has not yet. And so, if we could, let's take a look at the numbers so far in the presidential race in Indiana as we wait for those numbers to come in. And you're going to see that the president is still holding a lead there. And the question is, will it be a big enough lead? When will it be a big enough lead if it continues to grow for them to project the president as winning Indiana, if that indeed becomes the case? Right now, Julia, he's up 61%, only 14% of the vote polling. But maybe it goes back to the point that David was making a little while ago, Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump, and maybe Eric Holcomb is Eric Holcomb a more popular in the eyes of Hoosier voters than Donald Trump is, and they just want wait to see how this thing shakes out for him.
Yeah, clearly they are looking, they're probably doing a deep dive on where the votes are coming from, which gives them a little bit more level of comfort. When we're kind of looking at the 10,000 foot level, it's hard to process the information without the context of where these votes are coming from. So clearly AP's done a deep dive to feel comfortable enough to call it for the governor, but not yet for the president. So I think it goes back to, I think, the margins we're going to be seeing in states where Trump won really big. Those are clearly, I think, going to get cut into tonight.
There are also 3 Indiana U.S. House races in our viewing area that are worth watching. Again, this is in the heart of Trump country, and it'll be interesting to see, David, if your Democrats can try to pinch into those U.S. House races in Indiana. But let's start with Greg Pence. You know the name. His brother is the Vice President of the United States, and you would expect to be one they could run away with. Early on, we're seeing these. He's up 65% in that district, District 6, and then we go over to the 8th district, which is in the western part of our viewing area, and then towards the western part of Indiana with Dr. Larry Bouchon up 69% to 28%. Again, not a shock seeing those numbers come out. But let's look at the one that's part of the biggest part of our metro area in Indiana, and that is the Trey Hollingsworth race. That is District 9. No call in that. But when you see those numbers with only 7% and him with a 72% total there, David, not a huge surprise understanding how that district plays out.
Yeah, no, not at all. Take that race. There's a lot of other factors that are going to have to break a Democrat's way for them to regain that seat. So I'm not surprised by those results as they currently exist.
Julia, we've been as we're talking here about the numbers of the races that we do have coming in, I've been texting some of my contacts in the county and trying to figure out where are the Jefferson County numbers. We thought those would be uploaded at 6 o'clock tonight. As of right now, you're not seeing a lot of those numbers on your screen because they just haven't come in yet. Are you hearing anything yet? Because you have some of your Republicans are sitting on pins and needles in Jefferson County wondering how that vote's going to come in for them.
Yeah, I mean, back to the issue of coattails, there are a lot of suburban seats currently held by Republicans that the margin of Trump is probably making them very nervous. And so, yeah, not having any results out of Jefferson County yet is rough.
Let's talk about the one of the ones that is it's going to be House the 33rd district House race, and this is one we saw a lot of money thrown into.
Yeah.
With Jason Nemes in that race against Margaret Plattner, and I think it's interesting, David, we talked a little bit earlier tonight, and Julia as well, that Jason Nemes has been the Republican pushing for medical marijuana, but you didn't see that become that was not just, people weren't slapped in the face with that, because polling shows, David, that that's a popular topic in Kentucky. They just can't get over the hump in the House.
Right. Yeah, that race, and actually I live in that House district, and so I was clearly paying attention, to the ads, and the ads on that were more about one. What interested me toward the end of the campaign, it was about Nemes being endorsed by the Jefferson County Teachers Association, and yet he gave access to the individuals who were leading the petition against the JCPS tax increase for building and improving schools throughout the district.
Which we won't see the results of because it was allowed to go in by a judge, which a judge allowed that to become law without.
Correct, because the judge found that the signatures on the petition were invalid. And so you had that, but the race back and forth, the Democrats basically tried to tie Nemes to Bevin, who was unpopular in that area, and still is. And so and we'll go from there.
We're not seeing any results on your screen because the results haven't come in because Jefferson County has not released the results. But Julia, what do you think? Do you think as we get into this night that probably of the metro, the House races in the metro, that is the one that people will be anxiously waiting to see? How big is the split? Do we have to wait until Friday's numbers are closed, or will we know tonight?
Yeah, so in that race, he has a sliver. He has 3 precincts in Oldham County. And 2 years ago, it was by the skin of his teeth because Oldham County came out so big. So I think keeping an eye on the margin in Oldham might give us some early indication, even without the Jefferson County numbers. It was Oldham County by 300 votes that pulled him through last time. So
was there a mistake made though when not bringing up, instead of when we saw the outside groups that started advertising for and against each candidate, they made it about personality and they made it about this person. They try to make each person the ogre. Should Nemes have come right out and said, I'm the one who's pushing medical marijuana, if you think that this is a good idea, which many people say the polls show that is the favorable rating on that is high.
Yeah.
Should Nemes have just said, I'm the guy pushing medical marijuana and expanded gaming, I'm the guy doing this, you got to keep me around?
Yeah, so I think the issue is medical marijuana does poll well, but when you look at what are the top 3 issues voters go to the poll with in mind, it's probably not in the top 5. So yes, popular, but I think folks are focused right now on the economy, on their health, on their safety, education. I think all the issues that voters really care about came into play in this race. But I think with Jason Nemes and that district, it's so interesting because I think on a generic ballot, if you had a generic Republican and a generic Democrat, a Democrat would have taken that seat 2 years ago. Anyone who knows Jason Nemes, he's not a generic Republican. He is Fairness campaign endorsed. He has some union endorsements. He has the JCTA endorsement. He's a very dynamic Republican, and he has a seat at the table. And for folks from Louisville, that's really important in Frankfort.
David, you nodded your head when I was asking the question about whether they should have pushed medical marijuana and should Nemes have focused on that a little bit more. And Julie's saying, look, it's not a top 5. You nodded your head in agreement with what she was saying.
I agree with that because most people aren't going to go to the polls because they want medical marijuana. I mean, all elections go back down to their kitchen table, issues, and how are you as the elected official going to help improve my life and those that I care about, how you're going to improve their lives, and so it would be one that you could use as a differentiator, and he could use it as a way of showing how he's able and willing to work across the aisle with a number of different people.
Or if he had a competitive primary or something like that where he really needed to contrast himself.
Right.
We are getting close to the 7:30, we're bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. We still don't have the numbers from Jefferson County. We thought the first ones would be uploaded at 6 o'clock. I know we've all reached out to our contacts there trying to figure out where those are. When those numbers come in, we should have a better idea of some this should be a big bulk number to look at. I just want to remind you where we're at tonight.
Yeah, we're here at the WHAS 11 garage, believe it or not. We've got these trucks behind us. It's a little echoey in here, but we're making the best of the situation. Everyone is 6 feet apart, so that's why you're seeing us without our masks on. We have our experts, our political experts here with us. We've got David and Julia, and then of course our political editor, Chris Williams, who is covering politics in Frankfort all year round. It's crazy. A lot of people think that Chris has to do so much prep for this, and he does. But also, I could have a conversation like this with Chris any day of the week, and it's crazy. I could bring up any obscure thing to Chris, and he'll be right on it. This is his passion. So you're definitely at the right place right now if you're joining us. We've got a lot of huge races in Kentucky and Indiana that we're following right now. If you're just joining us, a little refresher. Indiana has called for Eric Holcomb for governor. Kentucky has called, this is Associated Press, for Donald Trump for president. But there are so many other races that we're following right now. And Chris, if we could kind of circle back around to, I'd really like to go through the the Congress races again. I think they're really interesting. We've got a lot of big ones. I know that we have called for Hal Rogers, but I'm wondering if we've called for any of those other races.
Not at this point, and I think that it's interesting because So what we've been waiting for this time was we had been told, and the Secretary of State Adams says, just hang tight. We think that by 9:30, 10 o'clock, we're going to have about 90 to 95% of the results reported. But I wonder, Julia and David, if one of the reasons we've not heard more of these races called that are, you would think historically, is because there are so many question marks. That this is an historic year. And if we look, if we just started in the Kentucky U.S. Congress races and we started in our viewing area and started with one and worked our way down, you are seeing some of the splits, the historic splits you'd expect. But do you just think people are a little apprehensive because they don't know how, there's so many unknowns this year with these numbers as we start looking at
sources of where ballots are coming in from.
And it looks like the AP has now called Jamie Comer. James Comer will return to the U.S. Congress, the Republican, with 76% of the vote at this point, with only 14% reporting.
Wow.
You said wow, Julia.
Wow. I think that will fend him off potentially future challengers or make them think twice.
So let's ask a question about the elephant not in the room but on your screen right now, David. There are grumblings that James Comer may be a guy whose name is tossed out there a couple years from now when they're looking for a Republican to run against Andy Beshear.
I think there's going to be a number of different people who will.
There would be a number of them, but if you can win with that kind of percentage, even in Western Kentucky,
the benefit he gets is that he could run and not have to give up his House seat to do it because the way that our elections are in off years.
Remember how slim that margin was? Julia got under it. She had to kind of win there. 83 votes between he and Matt Bevin. If he wins that primary, Matt Bevin is a footnote in that primary. Who knows what he would have done? Otherwise, we know what happened after that. Let's take a look at District 2. This is Brett Guthrie's district. Chasing, he's got 4 different candidates on the ballot there, including him, and we only are at 13% of the vote so far there.
I bet that one will be called shortly too.
I don't think we can pull up John Yarmouth's seat. District 3 because there just aren't. That will be one. Julia, the Republican on our panel says, are you going to make a prediction on that one, David?
You can call that right now.
Well, we're not going to. But we're not going to call that right now.
David's going to call anything.
We were not going to call. We're not going to call that.
He's calling everything.
Well,
That's the bottom line. We're not calling anything.
Well, DT is calling that
David
right now.
Candy, former Metro Council president and Democratic strategist, saying that that's one that he will eat his tie if that doesn't come out tonight. But we're still waiting for those Jefferson County numbers. And that's the Jefferson County district. District 4, we're not seeing any of the Jefferson County numbers, but this is the Thomas Massie. And early on, we saw a close race with a less percentage. Now we're at 26% with Massie pulling out a pretty nice lead there, even only with a quarter of the vote tabulated.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid, Republican district.
Think about 8 months ago, Thomas Massie was attacked by President Trump on Twitter.
Yeah.
It was during this pandemic.
Yep.
And you're thinking, well, that was ancient history. No, that wasn't, because Thomas Massie was standing up during the first stimulus vote. And now he's with 60% of the vote. The president is doing well. Imagine those people who voted for Thomas Massie and Donald Trump in that district. When you think back, ancient history, huh, Julia?
It's a wild one. I mean, just the sentence, the president attacking a sitting Republican member of Congress on Twitter is.
And that sitting Republican member of Congress, because he is a very unique personality.
He does. He often bucks his own caucus, so that is nothing new. But I think for this president, it was eye-opening.
Yeah, that was a pretty stark.
I think tonight we'll probably be taking a second look at that.
Well, let's get an update on this District 6 race. This is Andy Barr running for re-election against Frank Harris. And this is one that, that Andy Barr has fended off other challengers in recent memory. Many thought that Amy McGrath may take him down a couple of years ago. She did not. Frank Harris, Josh Hicks, 1% ahead with 45% of that vote reporting. The question will be, David, is this the Fayette County vote we already have?
Nope.
It's not in yet.
Wait a minute. I can tell you, because you look at Fayette County has 53% of their vote of precincts reporting. Okay. It's the way that they have it right now.
But when Hicks leaves Fayette County, he's going to have a nice. Historically, Hicks should have needs a nice lead, right, Julia, when he leaves Fayette County, because you're going to get those.
He's going to need a cushion. He's going to need a really good cushion. And from what I'm seeing in the rural areas, Andy has been overperforming in many of those counties.
On the Trump coattails?
Perhaps.
Well, like I'll give you right now in Fayette County, from what we can see, Hicks has 55,015 votes to Barr's 27,628, right? So he's winning that right now. And
What percentage is it?
53% of the vote in.
Okay.
So that's like a 66, 33, split right now. And then when you start getting into, and then here's the other thing, when you start getting into some of the other counties that make up that district, there are smaller overall vote totals, right? So you could have a Barr who use, Madison County, that's not an
Bath
example.
County.
Huh?
Bath County?
You said you're at Bath County?
Bath County.
Yeah, I was looking at trying to find whether it had 100% report. Okay, like I used Robertson County. I just clicked on that one. Robertson County has a total of 1,100 votes, but Barr won it 72 to 26. You see what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
Still a lot out there, yeah.
Yeah.
An interesting race and an interesting year for Andy Barr, to say the least. Losing his wife over the summer in the middle of this pandemic and in the middle of this re-election bid. It's an interesting race in so many levels. Whether the Democrats can win that, can finally take away that seat. Maybe we should take a look at our congressional districts in Indiana then to see if any of those have been. Well, you pointed at me, David. You've got something there.
They've called another race in the presidential.
Which one you got?
West Virginia.
West Virginia going to
Trump.
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise. Yeah, no.
Not a surprise. That's not going to be a bellwether for the fans of Donald Trump, hoping that he can win re-election. Many of those will come a little bit later on. But let's.
You'll see right here, actually, Chris. 0% reporting, and they called West Virginia.
The Associated Press
The
projected.
Associated Press is projecting Virginia.
West Virginia.
West Virginia, excuse me, with no votes returned.
So what do we have on? Do we have any more on McConnell's race? Because
Let's Emily, our director, and when they hear us say Emily tonight, I want them to know that Emily is a tremendous director, and she's flying by the seat of her pants the way we are as things come in, and she's great about, okay, got this, move this. She's the technical whiz behind all this, and so when we say, Emily, look at that. I only had to buy about 10 seconds for her to pop that up on the screen.
See, I'm looking at bigger margins right now than even McConnell's 2014 margins in rural Kentucky counties.
So he beat Allison Lonergan Grimes by 14?
I don't think it was that much. I think it was closer to like 11.
Was it okay? So either way,
Go back and look.
So far we only have a quarter of the vote in Kentucky reporting.
But his margins in rural counties are
huge.
Probably close to 20%.
And but listen, for those of you who are supporting Amy McGrath and who are looking at your computer, your tablet, or listening to us right now, no matter how you're doing it, and you are now worried, we don't know what Jefferson County did. And we only have about 50% of the vote in Fayette County. We know more than 370, maybe 380,000 people voted in Jefferson County, whether absentee and early in person or showing up on election day. And that make a huge dent, because you would anticipate, like David was talking, expecting that John Yarmouth will easily win his congressional district. You would anticipate that those voters, David, will go to Amy McGrath. So don't let your heart be troubled just yet.
No, we're still early in
We're
the
only
game.
We're only 7:38 p.m. on election night.
Even bigger picture, it's 2020. Like no one knows anything that's going to happen until it happens in 2020. Seriously, but we are going to be here all night long, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a babysitter. I'm planning on being here all night, so we're going to be here all night long, bringing you all of the latest on the election results and the returns. Not only with elections, but also with some of the other items that are on the ballots this year.
And while you were saying that, I just had a flashback of a memory, David, from 4 years ago tonight. And David and I were sitting at a table inside the building because there was no pandemic, and we didn't have to be, we did not have to be socially distanced and wearing masks when we were near each other. and that night was, went late. And I think that we may see that nationally with the president's race, and that's why we're trying to spend so much time on the races with you here that you're not getting on the networks, you're not getting right now, and hearing some of the pundits spinning about nationally. We're trying to stick to some of these local races, including 2 races that were really not talked about because of the pandemic, because they weren't personality driven, but those were the 2 constitutional amendments, including Marcy's Law and the look at the terms for judicial offices. And because you saw some personalities maybe in some of the commercials, it almost felt to me like some of these this is a constitutional amendment. You're amending the most sacred document in the land, in your Commonwealth, and really people didn't talk about it. But David, you see right now, Marcy's Law is stretching out a little bit of a lead.
Yeah. Again, we alluded to this earlier, how with Marcy's Law, this is the second bite at the apple, for it. It passed the first time, and then the reason why it's on the ballot again is because there was a court challenge to it that then caused the legislature to go back, rewrite it, and then put it before the voters, again. And so, a lot of times when we see constitutional amendments, it takes you a couple of times to get those passed.
And it appears that the Associated Press has now called the U.S. Congressional District race number 2 for Brett Guthrie. That was one we were looking at just a couple of minutes ago. Again, the Associated Press says that Republican Brett Guthrie will go back to Washington, D.C., having secured his seat over 3 other challengers in this. Julia, not a shock, especially when you consider the makeup of his district and where those other votes are going to come from in a year that they've already called the presidential race for Donald Trump in Kentucky.
Yeah, no surprise there.
And Chris, I do want to point out really fast that the Associated Press has sent back some returns on Virginia, calling Virginia for Joe Biden.
So West Virginia's
Not
neighbor
surprised
going,
there.
was there any percentage reported? Unlike West Virginia when we saw it was 0%?
I want to say it's 16, but let me double check on it. Well, it's supposed to be on here. Now I'm not seeing it. Hold on.
I think it's 9%.
Stand by. 9%?
Yeah.
9%.
Let me see.
Which I believe is much larger
9%.
than 0%.
That's right. Yes, I'm sorry.
Which was
with West Virginia. Let me see if they've
West
gotten
Virginia,
any more back
they haven't
there.
got anything.
Nope, still on 0 over there.
Still on 0%.
Indiana still in the red shading. Now Ohio in the blue shading with 6% of a return. Florida still in blue, but Georgia and South Carolina have now gone back to red. But of course, both of those states, Georgia's got 5%, South Carolina's got 1%. It's almost like not even fair to say at that point where they're leaning.
Just a real quick recap of where we're at, because we're approaching the quarter hour, we're almost 7:45 on election night. Polls in Kentucky close at 6 o'clock local time. Polls in Indiana close at 6 o'clock local time. I'm Chris Williams. Haley Minogue is my colleague here at WHAS 11, and we have 2 great political analysts with us tonight, and that is David Tandy, Democratic strategist and former Metro Council president, and Julia Bright-Krigler, Republican strategist, very well connected at the Capitol as well. And we thank you for hanging out with us, whether you're watching us online, whether you're watching us on social media tonight, as we try to work through these. We still don't have Jefferson County's totals
Chris,
yet.
it's funny you brought that up, because I just got a text from someone saying, I'm looking for these results. I'm looking for the JCPS
We
school
all
board results.
are.
Yeah, you and
Yes.
I both. We are all on the
JCPS
same
school
page.
ones don't matter.
Yeah, right?
Well,
No,
the
I'm
school
looking-
board, there's a couple school
board.
boards.
Yeah,
school
sorry.
board.
I should
Yeah,
have.
school board, yes.
Yes.
The school board
tax.
results. And I'm looking for the school
Right.
board results. I
Should say.
can't find them right now. We're all looking for them. And have you all heard anything else about what's the holdup? I know that you all have contacts.
I had just heard from one of my people saying that they were waiting for some of the cartridges to arrive to the election center,
Okay.
which we knew, which you might find interesting, that they would have sheriff's deputies. Well, just as I'm getting ready to tell this anecdote, let's bring up the numbers for U.S. House District 4 in Kentucky. That is the Thomas Massie district. because it appears that the Associated Press has called for Thomas Massie, and I'll finish that other anecdote here in just a second. But we were looking at this district, which is parts of eastern Jefferson County, up through Oldham and Hendry, Trimble County, and then on up through north central Kentucky, through Covington. And this was a race that was interesting for a lot of reasons, and one of it is Alexander Owensby put together a hard-charging effort at the very beginning, and while Thomas Massie was being attacked by the president for standing off on the stimulus plan. But it didn't matter, Julia.
No,
Thomas Massie's going back to D.C.
He is. It's a Republican district. You know, it really solidified itself as a Republican district in the last round of congressional redistricting, which gave a boost to John Yarmouth here in Louisville and really solidified the 3rd as a Democrat district. It really shed a lot of those Republican precincts. So no real surprise there.
And we don't know how he did in the couple of precincts that he has in eastern Jefferson County, because
would be interesting
to know, but I don't think it's going to make a difference with that kind of a margin. But as I was saying, we're waiting for these Jefferson County numbers to come in, and I had been told that at the in-person locations on election day, that a Republican and a Democrat working at that polling location would then get the computer data. They would collect the chips that were needed. They would get a sheriff's deputy escort to the election center, and they would begin to upload that information. One may suggest that when you have as many votes going that they need a post with the absentees and the early in-person right away, that may slow down your computers a little bit. So maybe that's the case. We just simply don't know. We've all been reaching out to our contacts tonight. But we do have some results, and those results aren't in Jefferson County, but they are still interesting. And one of them is the president's race in Kentucky. That was called very early, about as soon as the central time zone counties closed for the night at 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. One of the first states called for President Donald Trump tonight by the Associated Press. Still waiting to see how Indiana does for the U.S. president's race. They've already called that for Eric Holcomb. But the Indiana U.S. president's race will be another one that we watch here closely. Julia, what are your contacts telling you out and about in the Commonwealth?
It sounds like we have some results maybe in Oldham County, which could give us some insight. Ken Fleming's district, I think, has...
That's the Ken Fleming Maria
has some precincts in Oldham
race.
County. Jason Nemes has some precincts in Oldham County.
95% in Oldham County with President Trump at 61.29% of the vote in Oldham County.
So let's pull up Kentucky House District 48, because that is a really interesting race. That is Maria Sorrells, a Democrat, who won this race a couple of years ago by beating Ken Fleming by 358 votes.
Yeah.
And right now we don't have Jefferson County, so that's
just Oldham County.
If he's only up by 900 votes going into Jefferson County, it's going to be, can he win that? If we're looking at, well, that's only 9% of total votes, though, Julia. What do you make of that?
I mean, it's a great margin, but if Jefferson is experiencing similar turnout and the margin is equally as big on the other side, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to overcome.
The fact that she would, and we know those are only Oldham County votes, she'd like Karen Berg, who took that district from Ernie Harris in that special Senate race.
Yep.
Well, not Ernie. It was Ernie Harris's seat.
Ernie Harris's seat.
It was
right. It wasn't Ernie. Very, very valid point. It was not Ernie Harris. It was Ernie Harris's seat that he had vacated with retirement.
Bill.
And there's your problem, that you remember Karen Berg's name, but you can't necessarily remember the Republican in that race off the top of your head.
And he came out with huge margins in Oldham County, and I think honestly the wind behind Charles Booker and the turnout in Louisville really.
Well, there's another thing that I think happening as well is that, Jefferson County is truly like the blueberry in the tomato soup, right?
The blueberry in the tomato soup.
That's a great analogy.
I have to hear this one, David.
Yeah, well, because when you start looking at Jefferson County, before, conventional wisdom was inside the water center, 264. That was all basically the central city, and it was all Democrats. And then out around, when you follow around Gene Snyder, 265, that was all Republican. Now what you're starting to see are more and more, as we get population growth in Kentucky, it's happening in Jefferson County. And similar to what you see in Atlanta and the surrounding counties there in Atlanta. And so what happens there is you're starting to see more and more Democrats come, and they're moving further and further out, which is what's making the 33rd House race and
that's
all these
why,
others.
and that was a perfect segue. This is the Jason Nemeth, Margaret Plattner race we've been talking about, Julia. 14% of the vote in. Jason Nemeth with 3,200 votes. Margaret Plattner was 1,700.
So
We know
got
that's
it by about 1,500?
about 1,500 votes, but we know that
If that's Oldham County, that is double his margin.
than what he needed.
It's double the margin than when he won last time.
So what you're smiling.
I like it.
Because you like this.
I like
and
it.
David is, we've got to see
don't
what
hate it.
happens. We've got to see what happens when we get into when we get into Jefferson County. 'Cause
Right.
we just don't know how interesting it's going to be with
That's
this.
a good bump, though.
Right.
Yeah, not a bad look at all. While we're talking about House races then, and we can have some Oldham County information in, Jerry Miller's seat, which is the 36th House District, he's facing a challenger, Jeff Grammer, and there have been questions as to whether that is a close seat or not.
Yeah.
And there's a debate over whether that is really up for grabs for the Democrats. This would be that's a very close race if that's the Oldham County vote there. 750 votes to 426. Waiting for Jefferson County, and Jerry Miller is really seen as a Jefferson County Republican.
The part of Oldham County, though, he has is interesting, and that's a split precinct there. He has a
Okay.
split precinct with Jason Nemeth. And I can tell you you have some Ford workers over there. It's a little more of a union presence. So it's not your typical Oldham County demographic makeup. And so that's not shocking. And Jerry Miller generally wins outright in Jefferson County. So I think it's competitive, but I don't anticipate a upset there.
You know, David, I was just happened to be kind of in that neck of the woods recently talking to a Democratic strategist that I know. And it wasn't necessarily in that district, but it was nearby. And it was funny because you would see a Jason Nemeth sign and a Jerry Miller sign and a Ken
On
Fleming
opposite sides
sign
of the street,
within a little triangle there. That's
Yep.
kind of where they all come to, all those House districts come together in that very small part of Jefferson
Yep.
County heading into Oldham County. When you see these numbers, what's your first take on those three? And it's particularly the Nemeth race. We have a lot of questions in Jefferson County, but if you're wondering whether the Democrats can take that, is that not a good sign coming out of Oldham County?
I mean, yeah, I think you're going to have the high turnout in Jefferson County, and as I've mentioned before, the changing demographics of the area. Now, when we were talking about like the Ken Fleming district or the Sorolis district and the Nemeth district and the Miller district, I base it on, and when you're talking about changing demographics, where are homes being built and where are the apartments being built? They are primarily being built in Nemeth's district and in Sorolis's district. I don't see as much construction taking place right now in the Miller district, although it is an area that is ripe for it. So as we continue to look at this, years out, that district, the 36th House district, may become more and more into play.
Kevin Bratcher's another one that's constantly at the top of the target list, I think, for Democrats. It always finds itself competitive.
And that's the Kentucky House race 29, and I'm not sure we won't have a graphic on that yet because that's nothing but Jefferson County.
That's
That's
right.
not a part of that.
Right.
That's outside of Jefferson County, but he's facing Suzanne Kugler. I hope I pronounced that right, in that district. And that's another one of those interesting districts. So you see so many in Jefferson County, you see so many Democrat districts, the way that the population is in Jefferson County. Will he continue to hold on to that as a Republican?
Yep. Yeah. And just so know, I don't know what people can see or can't see as they're watching us. You'll see all of us looking at our phones. The very thing we get on our kids about doing when we're talking to them, but talking to people about the results here in Jefferson County and say, hey, are there any problems, anything like that?
Right.
And like, nope. The response I got back was nope. Everything's working.
Right.
It's going fine. Just everybody be patient. And
we've heard that a lot, and I heard that a lot in the run-up to covering the early vote and the absentee vote, which was be patient. Well, it's easy for someone to say be patient if you're still waiting for your absentee ballot to show up at your house.
Yeah.
Or it's easy to be patient if you're still waiting for that email saying your absentee ballot's been counted and you're ready to go. So it's easy for us to say be patient when we're sitting here going through these numbers and waiting for Jefferson County to pop up. In fact, I just hit refresh and I'm getting some Jefferson County numbers. So these are going to be off the top of my head as I'm reading these. It's directly from the election website. Donald Trump with 136,285 votes in Jefferson County. Joe Biden 207,477. In the U.S. Senate race, this is, and I'm not seeing the percentage reporting. Now we know that is really close to full reporting here, because when I have to look back at my number, I thought it was about 358, 375 for total votes, but this is 340 something votes, 340,000 votes we know about in Jefferson County, and Joe Biden winning with 207,000 of those votes to 136,000. The U.S. Senate race in Jefferson County so far, 200,745 for Amy McGrath, 132,580 for Mitch McConnell in Jefferson County. Those are the Jefferson County votes coming through here that we're seeing right now as we're talking to you through your computer, your tablet, or on social media through WHAS11.com. Julie and David, I don't know if you see this, but if we can, let's pop up the 3rd Congressional District race. That's the John Yarmouth race, because now we have these Jefferson County numbers. And I don't know if they're populating our system through the Associated Press yet, but we are seeing that John Yarmouth, according to the Jefferson County Clerk's website, has 208,542 to Rhonda Palazzo's 124,046 votes. And again, that is the U.S. Congressional District number 3 in Kentucky. Again, we're just now seeing these numbers come through for Jefferson County, and they're not yet populating in here, but let me give you one, Julie and David, we just talked about. District 33 of the Kentucky House of Representatives. In Jefferson County, Margaret Plattner has 10,167 votes. Jason Nemes, 10,851 votes.
Love it.
David, the look on your face right now. Your eyes are as big as saucers when I said that.
No, I'm just trying to. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm
okay. I'll repeat because your eyes got big so you could hear it.
And I did, and I'm smiling.
And now we're only seeing in this graphic that you're looking at on the screen, we're only seeing really Oldham County numbers, because the Jefferson County numbers have not populated through. That they're loading up through the county clerk's website. But Jason Nemes in Jefferson County so far, we don't know what percentage this is, but it looks like a high percentage, 10,851 votes to Margaret Plattner's 10,167 votes. Mm-hmm. So that is a nearly 700 vote lead in Jefferson County, with Jason Nemes still waiting on the percentage, still waiting on just how many of those votes are coming in. Okay, and then while we're at it, I'll give you the House District 48. That's the Ken Fleming, Maria Sorolis race. Maria Sorolis,
Jason
the
Nemes
incumbent
is looking
Democrat.
that good. Ken Fleming might just have a chance to come back.
Ken Fleming in District 48 in Jefferson County, according to the clerk's office, has 11,928 votes. Maria Sorolis, the incumbent Democrat, 12,605 votes.
Ooh.
So that is a roughly 700 vote lead for Maria Sorolis as she leads Jefferson County, but we don't know the percentage. So sorry, I can't give you the percentage, but we're getting these to you just as soon as we're getting these through the Jefferson County races.
Yeah, and Chris, I've been talking to folks on the House side right now, and it looks like the House is poised to make quite a few pickups. It looks like in eastern Kentucky, numbers are coming in, and it looks like there's going to be quite a few pickups for House Republicans.
Which is something that we're watching. It's important to point out that the Kentucky House is in Republican control. The Republicans took control of it 4 years ago in that historic election for the first time in nearly 100 years. And right now they have a supermajority, 62 seats to the Democrats' 38. When you have 62 seats as a supermajority, you can basically run whatever agenda that you want, and it's really hard for Democrats to have an impact in slowing an agenda, getting their own points across, unless they really find some bipartisan partners in that. And what the House Republicans were hoping tonight was that they could extend that supermajority. House Democrats saw some of these seats, like the Jason Nemeth seat, as things that they could reach out for. And while we're seeing some very close returns, we're not necessarily seeing any of those wins quite yet. And there are a lot of those. It's not just Jefferson County and those local in our viewing area House seats, but there are some across the state.
And I think it's important too that folks keep in mind Republicans are at 62 and counting tonight, and I think even the biggest pessimist would say House Republicans are going to make gains tonight, and these are under the lines that the lines that Greg Stembo could draw best when he had the majority of Democrats. So these are Greg Stembo drawn district lines, and these were the best districts he could write for Democrats, and we see Republicans just growing in numbers. So it's
Chris, really
quite remarkable.
Really fast, if we can, I want to look at Jefferson County on the election website for the constitutional amendments. We're seeing. We're thinking on the same brainwave. There we go. In Jefferson County, overwhelmingly on constitutional amendment number 1. 215,718 yes votes for Constitutional Amendment 1.
Marcy's Law.
Marcy's Law. And there are 101,914 no's for Marcy's Law. Now on Constitutional Amendment number 2, we have 91,618 yes votes and 230,874 no votes.
Yeah.
So Jefferson County very clearly yes on Marcy's Law and very clearly no on Constitutional Amendment 2, which is the is that the term limit for the judges? Mm-hmm. Yes, term limit for the judges. We also are seeing a lot of other, some of the smaller sub-cities of Jefferson County, Shively and Seneca Gardens, like their council members and things like that coming in, and the school board results are starting to come in as well.
Let's, while we're talking about the numbers coming in from Jefferson County, to see if those numbers start to impact the McGrath-McConnell race, let's see if we can pop up that U.S. Senate race. Because, David, the question for you is, someone just gasped.
That was not me. That was Julia. That was not me.
I heard a gasp. Julie, do you want to tell us what that is?
Jason Nemeth's numbers are continuing to come in, and it's looking pretty good for him.
And that's the District 33rd race. But I want to talk about McConnell for a second, because, David, one of the questions for you is with Amy McGrath, if these numbers hold, and we don't know what percentage they are in Jefferson County, if she leaves Jefferson County with a 78,000 or 76,000 vote lead on McConnell, just Jefferson County, there's no way a Democrat can hold that across the state, is there?
No,
because you've got so many Republicans and so many Democrats that vote Republican outside of Jefferson and Fayette County, that the blueberry and the tomato soup.
I'm making T-shirts.
Blueberry and tomato soup. If only people, the blueberry and the tomato soup, 76,000 vote lead leaving Jefferson County is not what she needs. Now we don't know how many votes that is. And trying to do the math, and I've got to pull up a graphic that I've got, I'm going to guess that's in the 80% range, if not higher, for Jefferson County's total votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but remember, what you're trying to do when you're running a statewide race is in your Democratic strongholds, you're trying to run your margin up as high as you can, knowing that when you get out into other parts of the state where there may be more Republican votes, that you're not going to get every single one of those votes. And so then your challenge is, can I keep the margins smaller in those more Republican-leaning places than typically, would be.
Right.
And so, it's an encouraging sign, because, again, when we went back in days past, we talked about a Democrat running statewide. They say, you can come out of Jefferson County, you've got to have at least 60,000 vote lead to even have a shot at winning. Well, if she's at 75,000, that's good for her.
Good for her, but it will be interesting to see how much of that holds. And again, that race has not been, there's been no winner projected in that Senate race. yet by the Associated Press, which is really what we're looking at, and we're waiting to see if ABC News or the Associated Press does that. But it looks like now we've got some really interesting numbers here coming in these state house races. And I would like for us to start at that Jason Nemes race, because that's the one that we've been spending a lot of time on, and that is the 33rd district, seeing some of those numbers that are starting to roll in the Jefferson County precincts starting to count in with that. And as you look at this, Jason Nemes with 65% of the vote still, but look at that, the 14% reporting, and that's not including those 10,000 or so votes each one of them had in Jefferson County. So I'm a little bit surprised that the Jefferson County numbers have not populated in that yet, or how that impacts that. But the gasp from you, Julia?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. It's not over till the fat lady sings, but I feel pretty good about it. And there's just not a candidate that's going to outwork Jason Nemes. I think, partisan politics aside, he is one of the hardest working candidates, even in this environment where candidates have had to change the way they campaign, how they contact and communicate with voters. He has adapted and thrived, so excited to see that.
What's the next House race that you've got there, Emily? I think that the next House race you've got in order after the 33rd may be that 36 with Jerry Miller. I'm not sure. Once you pop that up, it is. And we're still waiting for well, now we're seeing Jerry Miller with a sizable lead over Jeff Grammer, and the question will be whether that is with 97%
Wow.
of the numbers coming in, and Jerry Miller has a 7,000 vote lead.
It's going to be a good night for House Republicans.
It's going to be interesting. Jerry Miller, some had questioned, David, whether the Democrats could seize on that seat, and so far, with 97% of the vote coming in, we're looking at Jerry Miller with that kind of a lead. That's not good if you were hoping the Democrats could take that seat. The next House seat that we have in order that we've got them there, the Jeffrey Donahue looks to be on his way with 67%, holding off the Republican challenger, Jimmy Miracle. That is the 37th. Jeffrey Donahue, the longtime
What a name.
Democrat.
Jimmy Miracle.
He's in that district, David. If you're a Republican, you almost need a miracle to
Yeah.
try to win that district, because the way that district is cut. In the next House race that we're looking at here, we'll go through them, Emily, here, since we're starting to get these numbers in.
Really quick, Chris.
Yes.
We have just reported from the Associated Press, Mitch McConnell is winning the state of Kentucky.
The Associated Press projecting
yeah.
that U.S. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will win re-election. We'll come back to the Al Gentry seat in a second, but let's go ahead and look at those numbers. That is a huge national look. Whoa. With the Associated Press saying, look at those numbers, David. 714,000 to 542, with only a little less than 60% of the vote reporting.
Those numbers, just the turnout, I think win or lose your candidate tonight, just knowing that there are that many people that are registered to vote now going forward into the future, I hope people stay motivated to vote like that. Just seeing those kinds of numbers for a turnout like that is just, it's amazing, and it makes me proud to be American. I'm going to have a moment here. It makes me very proud and makes me feel very lucky. So yeah,
that's a remarkable spread.
And so that's only 59% of the totals coming that been counted, and it's an 11-point spread. Internal polling was looking at 8-9 points. I'd heard Republicans suggesting maybe 12 points, 11, 12 points. There's a lot to still count. We don't know how far Fayette County is, but now we know why the Associated Press called that for Mitch McConnell at about 8:05, 8:06 on election night, 2 hours after Jefferson County polls closed, and an hour, just more than an hour after the Western Kentucky polls closed. David, thoughts?
Yeah, no. Race, it's breaking the way that I think many people, thought that it would, So I think what the final margin's going to be, we need to, just wait and see where these votes come in.
While we're talking about the federal races in Kentucky, we probably ought to go back and see if now we know what the 3rd District congressional race is shaping up as, whether those numbers are now starting to populate into those totals, and whether John Yarmouth, as David has been expecting all night, will easily regain his seat as the House Budget Director, Budget Chairman, and the House Budget Committee Chairman, John Yarmouth, looking to try to go back against Rhonda Palazzo in District 3, and we haven't seen those numbers yet. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Well, why don't you tell us what we're going to do?
I'll tell you guys what we're going to do, since I'm apparently the boss around here.
That's right.
I'm just kidding.
Always.
Just kidding.
Always.
Right. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break. We will be back with you here momentarily. We're going to take some time to gather ourselves, work our political context, make a couple of phone calls, and we will join you right back here on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and on WHAS11.com. So make sure you stick with us through the evening. We're going to be here giving you the latest as we work through 2020 presidential election.
Contest, McConnell versus McGrath. Mitch McConnell going back to Washington for another term. It'll be his 7th term. Take a look at the results as we have them here in Louisville. The latest call from the Associated Press also came at 8:05 tonight. Mitch McConnell handily defeating Amy McGrath tonight in his race for the U.S. Senate. He was first elected in 1984. As you can see, we have 59% of the vote total coming in here. Mitch McConnell with 55% of the vote. Amy McGrath at 41% of the vote, a 14 percentage point difference there. Mitch McConnell leading there, as you can see at the top of your screen, about 180,000 votes. Let's go to Shay McAllister, live at Mitch McConnell headquarters. Shay?
Hey, Doug, well, it was right before 8 o'clock. We started to hear some cheers coming from out in the hallway. That's when Mitch McConnell's campaign staff came into the room to tell us that another outlet had called this race and that they were assuming this as a win. We know that the senator was watching this from about 10 minutes away and then made his way here, and he is here now. Of course, they wanted this to be an early night. They wanted this to be a quick win for the senator, and we are expecting him to get up on here at the stage and talk any minute now, Doug.
Shay, as you know, of course, Mitch McConnell's challenger, Amy McGrath, threw a lot of money in this race, really funded by the Democratic Party. Let's check in with Tyler Emery. She is in central Kentucky at the moment. She's been following the Amy McGrath campaign for the past 2 days. Tyler?
Hey there, Doug. No concession yet from Amy McGrath. Her campaign team had said due to COVID, she would not be holding any sort of rally or election watch party tonight. So we'll be on the lookout for any kind of statement from her or her campaign tonight. She had remained energized and hopeful throughout the days I followed her, including to here at her final stop in Georgetown, which is her hometown. But as we now know, it was not enough for her to unseat the 6th-term Republican, Senator Mitch McConnell. Doug?
Okay, Tyler, thank you very much. And if we want to check back in with Shay McAllister, once again, she's in Louisville. We're expecting Senator McConnell to speak here in just a minute. As we wait for that, let's check in with our analyst, but he's moments away from talking. We can also show you the latest election results we have here in this race. As the Associated Press called the race for Mitch McConnell at 8:05, and ABC News calling it for Mitch McConnell here just before we went on the air. Once again, a wide margin of victory for Mitch McConnell. Let's check in with our political editor, Chris Williams, and our analyst. Chris, any surprise with the spread in these percentage points here?
When we saw how well that President Trump was doing in Kentucky, we were really anxious to see what those Jefferson County numbers would look like. Jefferson County's numbers just came in just recently, and when you look at the overall numbers from Kentucky for this U.S. Senate race, we've seen a really large margin. I'd been told by sources inside the McGrath campaign that they thought they were within 8 points, and then every time they got within that 8-point margin in the polls, that they would they just couldn't get over that hump. They couldn't get over the 8-point. Republicans had been very hopeful that maybe that they could cover anywhere between 11 and 12 points. What we were seeing as the Associated Press was projecting Mitch McConnell the winner in this U.S. Senate race is that it was about an 11-point spread. And we've been joined tonight throughout the evening online and on social media by David Tandy, former Metro Council president and also Democratic strategist, and Julia Krigler, a Republican strategist. And we've been watching these races to both of you. I turn to both of you now. What has been the biggest note from you, David, when you saw Democrats were hopeful Amy McGrath was within striking distance, but she just couldn't get over that 8-point hump? Were you shocked to see it right now as far the margins that we're seeing?
Yeah, well, yes. If this were where it was going to end up, I would be surprised. But then there's part of me where I'm not surprised, because I think that margin is going to come down a little bit. I see this race more as like a 9-point race.
But Julia, we saw the numbers in Jefferson County alone, and it was only about a 76,000 vote difference. Which, when you think about the makeup of Jefferson County being such a diehard Democrat county, does McConnell have to think that he overperformed or performed right where he wanted to?
I'd say he especially in rural counties, just taking a quick glance at that, he was overperforming almost by 20% in the rural counties compared to his last re-election. In Louisville, I haven't looked at the breakdown, but it's pretty remarkable. When the Trump numbers shake out, it'll be interesting to see who really had the coattails. Was it Trump or McConnell?
And I can tell you that right now because I have them pulled up, but we're still waiting to see just how big the percentage is and these Jefferson County totals. But we'll give you the presidential numbers real quick. Just Jefferson County alone, Joe Biden had 207,000 to Donald Trump's 136,000. Mitch McConnell, 132,000 to Amy McGrath's 208,000. So Amy McGrath right now at this point overperforming only by about 700 over Joe Biden, and Donald Trump roughly 1,700 more votes than Mitch McConnell. Still waiting, David, on what the percentage of those Jefferson County totals are.
Yeah, and then even in that U.S. Senate race, it's what you saw in the Libertarian Barron getting close to 8,892 votes there. So just it's looking like they're breaking the same way in both of those races.
Enough to play. And Doug, before we send it back to you, I'll ask this question of our Republican strategist, Julia Krigler. Julia, been smiling throughout the evening, looking at these numbers from Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell doing as well as they did in Jefferson County. There are some Jefferson County Republicans who people question whether they would be able to hold on to their seats.
Right.
This Trump-McConnell night so far, that may play well for your party across the Commonwealth.
I think our suburban Republicans like Jason Nemes, who had a big target on their back this election cycle, are absolutely overperforming. And we look at potential rematches like Maria Sorolis and Ken Fleming and have to wonder, with seats like Jason Nemes is overperforming so well, is it potential that Ken Fleming will make a comeback as well?
And Ken Fleming in that other House district. Doug, we've been breaking these down throughout the evening online and on social media. It has been a very fascinating evening as we come into this moment where the Associated Press is projecting that Mitch McConnell will indeed head back as the U.S. Senate Majority Leader. I say that now with a question mark because we don't know how the other U.S. Senate seats are. Mitch McConnell, Doug, has told us recently, I'll either go back as the Majority Leader or the Minority Leader. It looks like he was telling the truth when he said he is going back.
Well, Chris, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here as we're waiting for Senator McConnell to speak. I just pulled up the Jefferson County election totals for the U.S. Senate race, and the raw numbers here with Mitch McConnell. This is, of course, Jefferson County, Louisville, with 132,000 votes, and Amy McGrath at 208,705. So once again, let's talk about the history of Mitch McConnell's elections. It seems that he starts off running slow when the Louisville and Lexington numbers come in, usually against him. Did we see the same pathway to victory once his vote total started coming in from Western Kentucky after 7 o'clock?
Julie, I know you've been watching that closely. We've been trying to see the breakdown from the state election results, and we've been having a little bit of trouble seeing all of the Fayette County results. But we knew that she was doing what Democrats typically do, which is they get their lead in Fayette and they get their lead in Jefferson County. As David Tandy over here calls it, the blueberry in the tomato soup is what he's been calling this, because that's where the Democrat votes are. But were you surprised, David, to see what he did in Fayette County, coming out of Fayette County?
No. You're talking about Senator McConnell?
Yeah.
No, and actually, I would need to go back and take another look at those, at those numbers to see how he.
And what's really fascinating about these numbers is we've been watching these numbers, and unlike a typical election night when it's predicted the precincts coming in and how many precincts in every county, there are less precincts because there have been less polling places, and it's tough to know exactly where each of those votes is coming in as we break down those. You can't do it really by zip code the way you used to be able to as easily.
Exactly. And then so when you go back and you're looking at Fayette County right now, they're showing 61% reporting. McGrath came out of there has a 68 to 30 margin there. So similar to what you see in Jefferson County. She had similar. Well, actually, she performed better in Fayette County than she did here in Jefferson County. So,
Julia.
Yeah, it's going to be a good night for especially House Republicans coming off the coattails with Mitch McConnell overperforming in Jefferson County. which is all, there's so much analysis to be done there.
Well, if I might, just kind of quickly, what you saw, now remember when Fleming lost his seat last year in 18.
To Sorolis by 358.
Correct, it's a midterm.
Right.
So you have those lower propensity voters who won't come out for a presidential race, you know, in a midterm are coming out here. So there's more voters that, you know, that are coming out there. And so that's why, I think this is going to turn into, we'll see how this shakes out with, in particular with the Fleming race, but we may see Sorolis Fleming 4. In 2 years or something like that.
2 more years from now, we'll see what happens. We still have not, that race has not been called, but you see those numbers coming in, and Ken Fleming looking like he may have regained his race when this all shakes out as we wait, Doug, for just the percentage of those Jefferson County votes coming in. But an interesting night here so far. Only 2.5 hours since the polls closed in Jefferson County in the Eastern time zone in Kentucky, an hour and a half after the polls closed in the Central time zone counties in Kentucky, but we already have a couple of big calls by the Associated Press projecting that win by Mitch McConnell.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Let's check in with Shay McAllister now. She is at Mitch McConnell's headquarters here in Louisville. So there you have it, Shay. Once again, it appears Mitch McConnell loses Lexington and Louisville, but once again has a large margin of victory so far with nearly 60% of the vote in, and the ABC News and Associated Press calling the race for the veteran senator.
And of course, an early call in this race was exactly what the staff told us they were hoping for. They said that he was going to be listening to the results coming in about 10 minutes away and would head this way just as soon as they got those first notifications that the race was coming to an end. We do know that he is now here with his wife, just one room over from us. And we're expecting him to take the stage here in Louisville at any moment to talk about this race, to talk about the win and his plans. Doug, today in talking with voters, everyone telling us who wanted him to win that it was his experience and that they were proud to have him as a senator. They were proud to have his tenure and that coming from Kentucky. And that was a big sticking point for them. Of course, those who didn't vote for him saying that it was those 36 years in office that they were ready to get rid of. Doug?
All right, Shay, once again, take a look at the margin here so far with not even 100% of the vote in yet. But of course, the race being called. Senator Mitch McConnell now in his 36th year in Washington. As he was elected in 1984, he was the Jefferson County Judge Executive here. That's when our metro government included a mayor and a judge executive. And Mitch McConnell ran for U.S. Senate against Dee Huddleston, and he won. 1984 was when he took office. Now he's going to go into his 7th term, serving another 6 years. 59% of the vote there on your screen with the margin right there so far as the race is being called. We'll be back here on the air as soon as Senator McConnell starts speaking. We will check in once more before we leave you with Tyler Emery once again in Central Kentucky following the McGrath campaign. Any word yet? Are you hearing anything from Amy McGrath, Tyler?
Hey there, Doug. No, I'm not yet. I just checked in with her press folks recently, and they said they don't have word yet on what they're planning to do and will keep me updated. Of course, due to COVID, her team said that they were not going to plan to have an election night rally or watch party tonight, so we'll be on the lookout for any sort of statement from her. But earlier tonight, before results started rolling in, as she was here at her final campaign stop of the day in Georgetown, her hometown, she had said that she was most proud of her campaign because it was grassroots. She said she was able to gain volunteers from all across the state. She said that she hoped that she inspired all kinds of voters to get out and cast their ballots for her. She said that's something that made her proud to see. Also encouraged by the large voter turnout. She also says that she doesn't have any regrets about her campaign at all. She says that she believes she held a strong and solid message throughout the entirety of the election. I also asked her this evening, again, before results had rolled in, that if she were to lose, what would be next? She told me she didn't know. She just said that she would keep fighting for the country and keep doing the right thing. Doug?
Okay, Tyler, thank you very much. Once again, back to our election center and Chris Williams and our experts. You know, Chris, You've got David Tandy sitting there with you, and I've been curious about this because one time in his office there when he was in Metro Council, Charles Booker worked with him, and I've had some viewers asking me today if they thought that Charles Booker would have done better in this race in the end against Mitch McConnell than Amy McGrath ended up here tonight.
Well, that's an interesting question, and we'll go ahead and pose it to the former Metro Council president. When you look at the McGrath numbers, knowing that some Booker backers did not say that they would back McGrath or did not come out in support of her, do you think Charles Booker could have made it strong? Could anyone have taken down the Senate Majority Leader in this election?
That's one of those things. It's hard to say because at the end of the day, the state's electorate is what the state electorate is at this particular time, and you had McGrath running a race in a conservative state, running more in terms of the vein of a moderate, and Booker would have run more as a progressive. We've seen that play out in the 2019 primary for governor. We had candidates run as a progressive there and got 28% of the of the Democratic electorate.
Finished third in the Democrat gubernatorial election.
So we'll wait and see. I'm pretty sure we'll get to see how Booker will do in a statewide race come 2 years from now. Should he decide to run for the nomination for U.S. Senate against Rand Paul.
What do you think, Julia? You're the Republican strategist, and I know there were some who kind of were rooting for McGrath early on to beat Booker because they thought she was the more known entity, and that Booker was more of the wild card going into that. And you already had your McGrath playbook.
Certainly, yeah. I think Amy McGrath was an extremely flawed candidate. She had a real struggle coming out of the gate in the primary, a political identity crisis of trying to run to the left, trying to run to the right, and really stumbled out of the gate. And it wasn't until after that she really got solid footing again in the general. But I think Charles Booker, by all accounts, is genuine. He has an easier time connecting with voters, and that is something that Amy McGrath struggled with, was the authenticity. She spent $70 million trying to buy some authenticity, and it still didn't connect.
I talked to some people who were involved in the strategy of that race and in her campaign, and they said that she, of all people, she struggled with the middle-aged white housewife mother in the suburbs and in the counties, that was a demographic that she had a hard time connecting with, which surprised me. And they said, look, sometimes female voters are tougher on female candidates than they are on any other kind of candidate, Julia.
I think we saw that with Allison Grimes too.
Yeah. David, as we go into this, and we still have a lot to break down with this evening, and there are a lot of House races and things that we're going to be covering throughout the evening online when we're not on air with you. Overall, when you see the early call for the president and a somewhat early call for the Senate Majority Leader, as a Democrat and as a strategist who's trying to rally his party and move them forward, how do you take these two pieces of news this early in the night?
Well, I think you have to look at everything in its totality as it relates to Kentucky. The race has broke down the way that we thought it was going to here in Kentucky. Similarly in Indiana, although I think it's interesting, we have not seen Indiana be called yet
for the president. We've seen the Republican governor projected the winner.
Exactly. Yeah. So you play it out and you go from there. I think from a national standpoint, things look better for the Democrats. We'll see how that all plays out. And at the same time, for Kentucky and specifically for Louisville, should Democrats be successful in regaining the U.S. Senate, retain their majorities in the U.S. House, and be able to win the presidency, which are all within the realms of possibility. Louisville's in a strong place with the budget chairman in the form of John Yarmouth sitting there and having the opportunity to really have legislation passed that will benefit urban centers like Louisville, like Fayette County. Going forward. So I would say, as far as Democrats are concerned, sometimes we take up hope, recognizing that we have other places in the country where we can find support and get the things that we want done, similar to a Republican in California when they would look to Kentucky for their solace.
Doug, let's check back in with you as we continue to analyze the races that we have so far and those on the bottom of your screen throughout the evening here in the Expert Garage.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's go out to Mitch McConnell headquarters here live tonight.
Well, a lot comes to mind on a night like tonight, but first and foremost is gratitude. Grateful to live in a democratic republic where the people choose our representatives. Grateful to be citizens of the greatest nation in history. And Kentucky, I'm humbled and grateful that you've rehired me to keep fighting for your families and serving our Commonwealth for the next 6 years. You know, the great Kentuckian and my hero, Henry Clay, once said, "The greatest of all human powers is competition. The competition of ideas is crucial in a free society." My opponent ran a spirited race. She stood up for her views and won a lot of votes. I applaud her willingness to step forward. And I want to thank the team that worked so hard to connect with Kentuckians and to make our case, especially Josh Holmes, my indispensable advisor on all things political, Kevin Golden, who grew from a young field rep 6 years ago into running this campaign, and Terry Carmack has been with me since 1984. Since being my advance man mostly meant answering the question, Mitch, who? So most of all, I need to thank my best friend and partner. Elaine is an incredible person in every respect. She's stunningly accomplished as a leader and a public servant, a walking manifestation of the American dream. She's a blessing that I do not deserve, but for which I'm thankful every single day. The people of Kentucky had a clear choice, and they sent a clear message. Tonight, Kentuckians said that challenging times need proven leadership, and our nation will need Kentucky values and Kentucky ideas to defeat this virus and regain our footing. The working families in Paducah, the miners in eastern Kentucky, and the farmers across our state, the healthcare workers in northern Kentucky and the teachers in Louisville, the law enforcement officers in Bowling Green, and the service members stationed across the Commonwealth are all going to continue to have a voice in every important national decision. I'm the only one of the 4 congressional leaders not from New York or California. I look out for Middle America. And I've been sent back to Washington so the working people in this country who make things and grow things and mine things and raise families in our smaller cities and towns and teach our kids our values are going to keep their voice, keep their influence, and help our nation come back even stronger. The trust of the people of Kentucky has literally changed my life. When I witnessed Dr. Martin Luther King's March on Washington speech as an intern back in 1963, I dreamed about doing big things to help my state and our country. I never imagined Kentuckians would make me the longest-serving senator in our state's history, or that my fellow Senate Republicans would make me the longest-serving Republican leader in U.S. Senate history. Together, we've used Kentucky's front-row seat for the good of our state and of our nation. We've made historic progress in rebuilding a federal judiciary that respects separation of powers. We've confirmed brilliant and qualified men and women who revere our Constitution. We've delivered historic relief and major legislative victories for Kentucky and for all 50 states. We've rebuilt our national defense and deterred our enemies. And in a turbulent time, we have accomplished all this while protecting the Senate's own rules and core traditions. The Senate kept the heat of intense partisanship from damaging our institution forever. The framers' firewall held the line. So tonight, Kentuckians said, "We're not finished yet. Kentucky wants more of the policies that built the best economy in modern history, not socialism that would stifle prosperity and hurt workers. We want to continue rebuilding our military and leading around the world, not to cut bad deals or just hope our adversaries will ignore us. We want to keep treating China like the threat it is, not settle for a future where America slides into second class. We're going to keep standing up for the unborn, not surrender to an elite coastal culture that says the most vulnerable lives are disposable." So tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate. We don't yet know which presidential candidate will begin a new term in January. We don't know which party will control the Senate. But some things are certain already. We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization. We know our next president will need to unite the country, even as we all continue to bring different ideas and commitments to the table. But we also know, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that our nation, our people, can do this. For 231 years, Americans have dominated one challenge after another. We have everything we need to defeat this terrible virus and come back stronger. We have the most resilient institutions, the most blessed land, and the greatest people in the history of the world. This is no time to attack our Constitution like some outdated relic. These are the times it was made for. This is no time to tear down statues of our founders and heroes. This is the time to follow their example. This is no time to declare war on our institutions because one side is angry that the framers made it hard to achieve radical change. This is a time to defend all that we have inherited and pass it on even stronger. When I was a child, our nation was battling a different virus, polio. It was hurting thousands and thousands of families every year. As a very young child, that fight became my own. While my father was off fighting World War II in Europe, I was fighting a different battle. Thank God I had a guardian angel. Her name was Dean, and she also happened to be my mother. My mom found our way to Warm Springs in Georgia. We trekked to the facility over and over, more than 100 miles round trip. My mother took the doctor's advice as gospel. She kept me still when a toddler just wanted to run around, of course. She guided me through exercises I apparently totally hated. And she did it all while checking the mailbox every day for precious letters from my dad from overseas. It is only because of her determination that my first vivid memory by her side in a small store on our way out of Warm Springs for the last time, buying my first real pair of shoes. About 10 years later, American ingenuity had found the vaccine, and American free enterprise was scaling it up. We beat polio here, and we have almost defeated it worldwide. So my fellow Americans, our country is going to get back on our feet. Our nation has real challenges and real adversaries, but our fellow citizens are not our enemies. There's no challenge that we cannot overcome together. My fellow Kentuckians, you've given me the honor of a lifetime. I'll always be grateful. I will never let you down. May God bless Kentucky and the United States of America.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell and his wife there, Elaine Chao, the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, wrapping up his speech there, his acceptance speech, the victory speech there in downtown Louisville. The race being called for Senator Mitch McConnell just after 8 o'clock by both the Associated Press and ABC News. Mitch McConnell saying he's humbled and grateful to be rehired by Kentuckians. Kentucky does re-elect Mitch McConnell. He is the next U.S. Senator holding on to his seat going into his 7th term. McConnell did it in the tradition, the form that he's always done it. He usually loses Louisville and Lexington, which again happened tonight, and then swept the rest of the state. Also, Republicans doing well across the state of Kentucky. Kentucky House Districts 24, 36, 58, and 29 being called for Republicans. House number 40, District 46, going to Democrat Al Gentry, who is an incumbent. Stay with WHAS 11 News. More local results coming away in just a minute. But now we go back to ABC News live election coverage. The focus goes back to the White House and the race for the presidency. This is a live election update from the WHAS Election Center. Briefly here, hello everybody, I'm Doug Proffitt. We want to bring you the latest results of some of the top races we are following. The Associated Press and ABC News calling the race for Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell. He'll be going to Washington again. Here are the latest results in that race. We now have 78% of the votes in, with 58% Mitch McConnell widening his lead throughout the night over Amy McGrath. But again, this race has been called Mitch McConnell going to Washington for his 7th turn. Also, just moments ago, before we went on the air, the Associated Press calling the race for John Yarmuth. Louisville's John Yarmuth once again going back to Washington with a big lead there over Rhonda Palazzo, and John Yarmuth was first elected in 2007 to that race. John Yarmuth going back for another 2 years, the AP calling that. All right, let's talk about some races that were expected to be tight in the metro Louisville area. House District number 3 covering northeast Louisville and into Oldham County. Republican Jason Nemes keeping his seat, it appears, so far, at least in the lead on this, with 100% of the vote in now. The Republican Jason Nemes represented the Middletown area, and then again northeast Louisville and into Oldham County. He had a tough race against Margaret Plattner, but Jason Nemes there leading 54% to 46% now, with 100% of the vote in. And one other race that was being watched very closely, another Republican race, looks like Kevin Bratcher, who's been serving southeast Louisville, this area, for 24 years. He ran on a big law and order platform here. Kevin Bratcher is going back to the Kentucky House in Frankfort. Now let's check in on the Indiana governor race. Republican Eric Holcomb, he is now leading with 59% of the vote. Eric Holcomb elected to that position in 2017, and he was actually Mike Pence's lieutenant governor when Mike Pence had the governor's office there in the city of Indianapolis. Looks like Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb, who has been aggressive in his reopening of the state of Indiana under COVID-19. He was just in southern Indiana just yesterday campaigning, as we brought you coverage there showing the importance he saw in southern Indiana. All right, that's our election update for now. Thank you for joining us. Stay with WHAS 11 News. A lot more election results coming your way. And the night team reports right here at 11 o'clock. We're getting a reaction from all the winners tonight, so stay here with us. ABC News coverage coming your way once again. And Indiana for you tonight. Kentucky re-elects veteran Senator Mitch McConnell heading back to Washington for his 7th term. 80% of the votes coming in, but this race was called shortly after 8 o'clock by ABC News and the Associated Press. Mitch McConnell there has widened his lead through the evening since we were last with you, now at 58% of the vote, over 1 million votes there across the state of Kentucky. Amy McGrath at 38%. Mitch McConnell once again did not win Louisville or Lexington, but his victory came as he swept across the state, mostly western Kentucky as well. Just after 8 o'clock, he gave his victory speech and said at one point that this is no time to tear down statues of our founders and heroes. This is the time to follow their example. Here's more of what McConnell said in Louisville.
The people of Kentucky had a clear choice, and they sent a clear message. Tonight, Kentuckians said that challenging times need proven leadership. And our nation will need Kentucky values and Kentucky ideas to defeat this virus and regain our footing.
McConnell going on telling Democrats that he will fight radical change. Now let's turn to analysis on the races for Indiana. We want to head to our election center tonight where Rob Harris is following the top races in Indiana, Indiana governor and the attorney general contest. Rob?
And I think the thing to take away from this is just that there aren't really any surprises from Indiana, and it's been reflected tonight in how early the races have been called. The race for Indiana governor was one of the first called, just period, across the country, actually. Around 7 o'clock, the AP called that for Governor Eric Holcomb, around 58% of the vote. He was up against Democrat Dr. Woody Myers with 29%. But the thing that you should pay attention to is the Libertarian challenger, Donald Rainwater, who is coming in around 13% right now. I pulled up the numbers from the 2016 race, and in that race, the Libertarian challenger was pulling in 3% of the vote. So a big surge in that vote for the third party. And Donald Rainwater has been really coming after Eric Holcomb on his response to the coronavirus, and he's been outspoken against these business closures and the mask mandate. And like I said, we're seeing a larger number of that Libertarian vote this year compared to 2016. We'll go to the Attorney General race in Indiana now. Now, this hasn't been called yet officially, but as of right now, we are seeing the Republican Todd Rokita leading with 62% of the vote against the Democratic challenger, Jonathan Wine-Zapfel, at 38%. We have been able to call Indiana for the presidential race. President Donald Trump is going to be receiving the vote from Indiana with 60% of the vote. And what we're still waiting on are the results of some of these congressional races, particularly for southern Indiana, which we're going to be watching, and we'll bring you those as we get more updates.
Okay, Rob, thank you very much. Rob Harris live in our election center tonight. Now, also, the state of Kentucky voting on 2 constitutional amendments to the Kentucky Constitution. Let's show you some of the results there on the 2 constitutional amendments that were up for your vote today. You saw them on the ballot. Marsy's Law, the Crime Victims' Rights Amendment, the Bill of Rights, which would guarantee 10 different rights to crime victims, including restitution. Marsy's Law wins handily in Kentucky. A big victory there for this constitutional amendment number 1, 63% to 37%, with 85% of the vote in. And now let's look at constitutional amendment number 2. This one would have increase the term limits, increase the term limits for some judicial offices, and this goes down big time in defeat. People did not want certain judicial offices to serve any longer terms. It would have taken it up to 8 years. By the way, the tax reform referendum from JCPS, as you know, was taken off the ballot by a judge. So I asked today, what happened to all those votes? Are we ever going to see them? And no, those votes were not tabulated tonight by order of that judge. Stay with us. More election results ahead on WHAS 11 News coming your way soon.
Good evening from WHAS 11 News in Louisville, Kentucky, as we are on election night 2020. Been a big night so far here in what we have been calling the Expert Garage. I'm Chris Williams. Also here tonight are a couple of fantastic political analysts and my colleague Rob Harris, which we will check in with him here in just a few minutes. But first, I want to talk to our analysts who've been with us all night. You may recognize David Tandy's, the former Metro Council president and Democratic strategist. and Julia Krigler, who is a Republican strategist. Good evening. Thanks again as we continue what has been a very interesting night of these returns. And we have been talking about the presidential race. Now both Indiana and Kentucky called for Donald Trump. Not a surprise in either one of those. But as we start to look through the rest of the night, are we seeing the numbers in Indiana, Kentucky that you think may bleed over into the other states and showing that maybe he has some momentum, David?
I'm sorry. I heard stirring stuff in my ear.
Okay. Are we seeing some momentum by Donald Trump with what he did in Kentucky and Indiana that you think we may see as the states open up as we go up to the west?
Yeah, I think states are, when you look at the broader national map and how it's playing out. It's playing out the way that. We projected it to. So I think you can't really use Kentucky and Indiana as a barometer as to how the rest of the country is going to go right now.
But Julia, one of the great things that you can use as a barometer is we'll look into some of these statewide races here in a minute, and some of that Kentucky House races that seem to be going towards the Republicans tonight. Mitch McConnell having a very easy night with the race against Amy McGrath.
Yeah, his and since the AP has called the race, even that lead has grown, which I'm not sure a lot of people probably anticipated, but it's grown, I think, up to 20 points now. And looking at President Trump's margin as well, he is now closer to 4 years ago where he won by 30 points. It looks like he's up at 24 points, so still a very large margin.
And we're gonna tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna work through some of these numbers as we've been going through. And well, we're gonna start with the Kentucky races for the president. We're gonna go through that Senate race. Then we're gonna go through the congressional races. Then we're gonna start going through some of the House and Senate races. And we're gonna get into the Indiana races as well, because we want to start breaking down some of these state house races as well. But first, let's take a look at the numbers for the presidency in Kentucky, with the AP projecting Donald Trump to be the winner very early on after the western Kentucky counties closed. The central time zone closed at just after 7 o'clock tonight Eastern time. Donald Trump still expanding his victory. And when we work down then into the U.S. Senate with Amy McGrath now having been defeated, with the AP projecting Mitch McConnell will go back. Mitch McConnell a little while ago gave his acceptance speech saying that he was honored and he was grateful, and that Kentuckians had elected him to go back to be what he hopes is the Senate Majority Leader. We just don't know yet until all of the U.S. Senate seats are decided tonight, whether he's going back as the Majority Leader or possibly as the Minority Leader. But while we have the Kentucky numbers up in the federal races, let's go through those U.S. House races one at a time. In District 1, this is Jamie Comer's seat. Julia, we saw this one was very early called, and look at those margins so far with 89% reporting.
Yep, I think it was the first one called for the congressional races in Kentucky. Jamie Comer, great name ID, obviously served in Congress, but also ran in that infamous gubernatorial primary, losing out by just 83 votes, who went on to be Governor Matt Bevin.
In District 2, Brett Guthrie is going to go back as well. He has defeated three other people on that ballot, 72%. And David, one of the things is, before we get into this, into the next district, I just got a text from a Republican saying historic margins for Republicans. When you see that is, Brett Guthrie is a very safe Republican in that district, but when you see he has 72% of the vote as a Democrat, how do you respond to that, looking at that tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking as if, that seat it's a solidly Republican right now. Every year that you run, you have to just take a look at it and see how demographics have changed in that district. Remember, in the 2nd congressional district, what you have as your population centers are Davis County, you have Warren County, and then you have Hardin County. Hardin County is the one that's the most transient of the counties, based upon with the military base being there. So we'll see.
I'll take 10 seconds here to let you know that in the background you might hear a train running by. That is not a sound effect. Julia has not pumped in some Trump train sound effects tonight. We are actually doing things differently because of the pandemic, and as you've been watching us through the evening, you'll see that we're in this expert garage, and Rob and David and Julie and I are all 6 feet apart. That's why we can do this without masks. But we've had to do things a little bit differently, and very interestingly here with our experts tonight, it's working out great, but we did get to hear a train go through, and Democrats are hearing a train go through. But there is good news for Democrats in the 3rd Congressional District, where John Yarmuth is heading back as the House Budget Committee Chairman. David?
That's correct. That's correct. And, as this night, this night and the next coming days, plays out, we'll see what happens with the Democrats' ability to take over the Senate, and then if they're successful with the House, that's going to bode well for metropolitan areas like Louisville and like Lexington, to where legislation that would help their cities, as well as all the cities across the Commonwealth and other parts of the country, really move forward.
In Kentucky's 4th Congressional District, Thomas Massie was being run over by the Trump train at one point on Twitter early this year, but he has easily regained his seat going back to Congress. Julia?
Yeah, congressional redistricting really shored that up as a solid Republican district, and so Thomas Massie, although he often bucks his other GOP caucus members there, obviously getting sent home.
Yeah, Alexander Owensby, not much of a vote there. But let's go into District 6, and this is the Andy Barr race that a lot of people had been watching. A very tough summer for the 6th District U.S. Congressman. He will win re-election. Early on, David, we saw Josh Hicks with quite a run when that Fayette County vote came in, a very large Democratic stronghold. But Andy Barr, who is running in a re-election and lost his wife, who died suddenly, facing a pandemic, now a single dad of a couple of little girls, he's going to go back to D.C.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of your politics, your heart does go out to Congressman Barr and his family. You continue to pray for them that during their continued period of bereavement and then for a night like this, I mean, I'm sure certainly for he and his family, they feel good about it. As it relates to Josh Hicks, you got to feel good about with Josh. Josh ran a strong, solid race, particularly in a district where it has its challenges for Democrats when you get outside of Fayette County to try to make up vote. But I mean, he ran a great race, and I'd love to see him take another shot at it again.
And note that Amy McGrath got closer to unseating Andy Barr 2 years ago than Hicks got to unseating him this year.
And on that point, I think again, you may have heard me say this before, and I'll say it again, when it comes to midterm elections versus presidential elections, if you're going to try to take out an incumbent in a district like the Kentucky 6th, it's better for you to do that during a midterm, because the intensity of voters is quite different.
Revved up, especially of the opposite party.
And it's very interesting that you point that out, because we do see the more voters come out of the presidential years than we do in the midterm years. It's very interesting analysis there, and saying, hey, if you're in a Republican state, Democrats really need to make that run in the odd number of the off years versus the presidential years. So how about something we've been hinting at all night in these Kentucky House races? And Emily, our director, who you don't get to see, but we all really appreciate her. She is the technical mind behind all of this, and she's going to run through some of these graphics for us, and we're going to be riffing as we go through here and breaking down these numbers for you. Some of them we're seeing for the first time because numbers were sluggish coming in. Brandon Reed, not a surprise in that 24th district, a very Republican district there, Julia.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon is in their 2 terms now, I believe. So he'll be back in Frankfort next session.
The next House district that we're going to take a look at here is the 26th.
Wow.
And Russell Weber, taking. Now, you got to realize there was no Democrat in this race, so that's a Libertarian going against a Republican in a Republican district. So but when you can take home 84% of the vote in any kind of a race, that will be something that Russell Weber hangs its hat on, especially when you assume with that Libertarian, Julia, those are Republicans pulled from Republican votes. Those are Republicans who wanted to, this is not going to be a primary challenge. This is, we're going after you with a different title. The next race that we're looking at, too, I believe, is the 29th. Kevin Bratcher is going to win that seat back again.
There you go. Bratch is back.
David, you had mentioned earlier in the live stream that while Democrats had wanted to go after this is a pretty safe Republican district for as a Republican in Jefferson County.
True.
It's like the blue-collar Republican part of the county, correct?
Again, yeah, right. That, and then coupled with, like I said, you have your vestiges of your Democrats who really vote more like your what used to be called Dixiecrats.
Yeah.
Types, and so so that was it's an outcome that was not surprising.
The next House district that we want to break down for you in Kentucky is the 32nd, and no call on that yet, Julia. We see 100% reporting. I talked to somebody in the Jefferson County Clerk's office via text in the last 10 minutes, and they said that they thought the last of the numbers would be coming in now until Friday, because if there was an absentee ballot that was postmarked by today and it showed up on Friday, that they could go ahead and they can count those as of Friday. Is there enough, though, David, out there for 1,500s for the Republicans to try to take this seat?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not in these. Remember, the House seats are about 30,000 votes per.
They can get up to
38,000, but then
somewhere in there, like
about 38,000 or so. But I think Jerry Miller was bragging about before redistricting, his is about 50,000.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure we'll get to his race again. But that looks like that's going to be one of the Democrat holds.
Correct.
As we've been watching this power shift, potential or growing of the power of the Kentucky House majority. Let's take another look at one of these. This is 33. This is a race that many thought Jason Nemeth was very, very susceptible to a Democrat takeover, David.
Yep.
And looking at these numbers now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I may sound like a broken record, but in a presidential year, an incumbent in this environment would do well. I will say that district is changing. It is becoming more and more Democratic. As a matter of fact, if you look at registration for that particular district, it's about 50-50. And as such, that's why you see Representative Nemeth legislating in the way that he does, where he'll sometimes come down on an issue that would be more traditionally a Democratic issue and be supportive of it, and then on other times he'll do more of what a traditional Republican would do.
Julie, we talked about this earlier on the live stream. Does this mean that the medical marijuana issue is still alive and has somewhat of a chance at the Capitol?
If Jason Nemeth is back, I think you can count on medical marijuana is going to be back. Jason Nemeth is not your generic Republican, and so I think he will. I think the folks of his district have shown him they value his seat at the table as a Republican, and I think he'll be back with a very similar set of issues.
So that's an interesting run there. The next one there, I think, is the Jerry Miller seat, and that's the 36th if we have it. And Jerry Miller will go back to Frankfort. Julie, there were some people who really thought Jerry Miller was also at risk here.
I think.
How did he pull this out?
Yeah,
by this margin.
I think suburban Republicans were all kind of at the top of the vulnerable list, especially the Louisville ones. You had Jason Nemeth's race, Kevin Bratcher's race, and then I think there was a talk of Jerry Miller's, but I've got to say that's a heck of a margin, and I don't see. Hopefully he'll fall off the list of targets soon.
I think the next one we have is an easy Democrat win with Jeffrey Donahue in the 37th, I think, is the next graphic that we have coming up if they're in order of number. Jeffrey Donahue, the longtime lawmaker, they have not, no one with the Associated Press has called this because there's only 70% in, but David, you feel pretty comfortable looking at that margin, knowing that 70% of the vote is in Jefferson County?
I do.
So Jeffrey Donahue is likely going back to Frankfort as we continue on with some of these House seats in the Kentucky House of Representatives. The next one we want to look at is Al Gentry winning here. Was there ever any doubt in your mind, David, when we saw the numbers coming in early in the night, it looked like it was a much closer horse race between Gentry and DeVore?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's why you wait until, all the votes are counted and the final horn is sounded. And so, it looks like we're going to continue to hold that seat in the Democratic column.
The next one may be one that if we have the 48th, I think is the next one that we run up in the numbers, because we're looking at in our metro area really, and this was the Maria Sorolis defending her seat against Ken Fleming, who she took it from a couple of years ago. And with 100% reporting, although we do have some votes that may come in between now and Friday, Ken Fleming looks like he may be regaining a seat, Julia.
Yeah, and it's a tough district. It's a 50-50 district as well. Bob DeWeese held on to it for a long time prior to Ken Fleming, and that district's changed a lot.
She won it by 358 a couple of years ago.
She did.
And right now there's 773 difference.
Right, and as David said, I think that was going to be the toughest year for Ken, and so had he pulled through, I think this year wouldn't have been nearly as much of an issue. But obviously, it's a rematch, so hopefully we'll see Ken back in Frankfort.
The next graphic we want to go through as we keep breaking down some of these local races for you, the statewide races in Kentucky. I believe we're going to get into the Kentucky Senate races if we have a couple of those that we can pop up. I don't think we have a graphic, Julia, but
Sure.
You've been watching that race for Julian Carroll's former seat out of Franklin County.
Yes, really weird dynamics in this race, because you actually had Julian Carroll's son running
as a libertarian or an independent?
Right, that's correct.
Was it independent or libertarian?
He was running as I think as an independent.
As an independent, but the issue he had, I think, with his father was that he said he would be caucusing with Republicans, and so his father, Julian Carroll, former governor, actually endorsed the Democrat
Joe Gravis, who was a state representative whose seat may have fallen tonight to a Republican.
May have flipped, yeah.
And so right now we have Adrian Southworth, a Republican, with 54, almost 55% of the vote. Joe Gravis with 40.4, and Ken Carroll, Julian Carroll's son, with just shy of 5%. It's just 4 of the 5 counties involved in this. This is coming directly from the State Board of Elections website, have reported. So 47, almost 48,000 votes already there, and 7,000 different between Adrian Southworth. That may be a Kentucky State Senate pickup
which
for already a supermajority.
Hard to imagine there were any left.
There were, yes. That is a big race.
That is.
Right there, because Franklin County is a Democrat county, David.
Yeah.
State employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tons of them.
Let's take a look at those constitutional amendments in Kentucky. Before we get into Indiana, I keep teasing my colleague Rob Harris that we'll get to him, and I know that he's tracking down what's going on with Eric Holcomb right now. We'll get to that in just a second, but let's take a look at the Marcy's Law constitutional amendment, the so-called Crime Victims Bill of Rights, and that appears as though that has passed. There are roughly 2.2 million votes in Kentucky, with 88% already having voted. Julie, it's going to be hard for them to come up with 600. You'd have to guess that every vote coming in from here on out is going to vote no on that, and I just don't think, it looks like some people may not have even voted on that constitutional amendment.
Yeah, the language, I think it's important to note the language on this version of it was very different, and I think there's probably a lot of folks who took a look at it and were intimidated, because I think it spelled out every change that was going to be in there versus the last time the question that got thrown out, which was, I think, much more condensed.
Let's quickly look at the judicial office terms. That was the constitutional amendment 2 on the Kentucky ballot, and that one has gone down in defeat, appears to have gone down in defeat, 88% reporting, and we are 500,000 votes in the no column more than the yes column. That will likely be a defeat. Let's call Rob Harris in here while we can, because we anticipate that any moment that Indiana Governor Eric Holcomb will be declaring victory in his race in Indiana. And Rob, you've been watching this race tonight, as well as the AG's race, and if we look at the numbers so far in Holcomb's favor, that it was interesting that the Associated Press projected Eric Holcomb would be the winner of that race before they projected Donald Trump would win Indiana, which is kind of interesting when you look at just, it's the heart of Trump country.
Absolutely. And, we went on to see, obviously, President Trump be projected the winner, and with more of the vote than Holcomb. So like you said, it's interesting that they projected him earlier. But, Governor Holcomb was one of the first projections from the AP. They tweeted that out around 7 o'clock. because of the margins that they were seeing. But one of the interesting things that we've been watching is the Libertarian candidate, because the Libertarian candidate this year, Donald Rainwater, pulled in around 13% of the vote so far, which is much higher than the 2016 candidate and also much higher than Libertarian Joe Jorgensen in the presidential race. So you could extrapolate from that there are people who split from Holcomb but stayed with President Trump.
And Holcomb would have won by a much larger margin if we waited. Rob, why don't you do the honors here?
Yeah, it sounds like we're about to hear Governor Eric Holcomb's acceptance speech, so we'll take that live.
Oh, what a night! I'm seeing so many faces that are so dear to Janet and me. We thank you so much for coming from places like Odin. And let me just say at the outset that I just had a very good conversation with Dr. Myers.
We may come back.
And I thanked him for stepping up and stepping
All right, we're listening very closely, very intently, and you probably have your ear all the way up against your computer screen or your tablet so that you can hear what Governor Eric Holcomb is saying, thanking the voters of Indiana for giving him another 4 years in office. We're going to break out of that just because it's just so hard for us to hear. But while we're talking about some of these key races in Indiana, I'd like to talk to Rob a little bit more about as we look at the Attorney General's race. And interesting note, Todd Rokita, the former congressman who they were all fighting for that seat, for that U.S. Senate seat a couple of years ago. And Jonathan Weinzapfel, when I lived on the west side of our area a long time ago, was the governor or was the mayor of Evansville that racing in this really interesting Attorney General's race.
I was going to say, because they're racing for, to replace the incumbent Curtis Hill, who has had some accusations that he has denied, but yeah, and a number of issues that have been brought up with medical marijuana being debated in this race for the Attorney General, as well as going back to the governor's race. But the big discussion has just been what you can and can't do as a state in response to COVID-19, with Governor Eric Holcomb being challenged from the left, with Dr. Woody Meyer saying that he hasn't done enough, from the quote-unquote right, with Libertarian Donald Rainwater saying he's done too much. And I think it'll be interesting to see what those challenges will be, even now as Governor Eric Holcomb has become reelected.
And we're waiting on that Attorney General's race. What is it? Do we have a spread on that, Emily?
Actually,
Can you pop up that?
I just am seeing on our website, so that would tell me that the AP has now projected it. Yep. For Todd Rokita. Now the percentage is about the same as it's been all night, which is around that 60%. Right now they have it 62% for Todd Rokita, with 57% of the precincts reporting. But that's about where it's been all night, around that 60% range.
And there's our graphic that is tied into the Associated Press's projection of Todd Rokita, the former U.S. Congressman, going to take over as Attorney General of the Hoosier State, having defeated Jonathan Weinzapfel 62% to 38%, more than 1 million votes. Quite a margin there for Todd Rokita. And you have to look at with the percentage being where it's been, Rob, it's just at a point where they realize that the other votes coming in are more than likely going to be in those Republican parts of the state. While we're talking Indiana, let's go ahead and take a look at the U.S. House races in Indiana. We have 3 of them in our viewing area, and one of them will involve a name that is very familiar in other places on your ballot, the last name Pence.
Yeah.
Greg Pence easily taking Jeanine Lake, who I believe that he ran against 2 years ago. And if I'm not mistaken, this is a better turnout for her than it was a couple of years ago. But this is that U.S. House district in southeastern Indiana that is in parts of our viewing area, then borders up against Ohio, and is a very diehard red seat. This is the seat that Mike Pence once held in the U.S. House. The other seat that we have there is District 8, which is in the far west part of our viewing area. Dr. Larry Bucshon winning in that area easily with 71%. And let's look at the margins in District 9.
Yeah, and I have the one up right here now because I'm seeing kind of similar numbers all night. Right now, Trey Hollingsworth is at 66%, but it's been similar when I've been watching them, comparing it to the Attorney General's race. What's interesting is the AP has projected it for Todd Rokita for Attorney General. They have not projected Hollingsworth as a winner yet, but he's well out ahead right now.
And this is the heart of Trump country in the state of Indiana, this 9th congressional district. Hollingsworth has sided with the president on many of the very strict things that you see. People come down on party lines, and he has been very much on the president's side in the last couple of years, having run for re-election. This, if I'm not mistaken, is his third election of the seat. This would have been, he's been in office for 4 years. This is his third time winning that seat. We have been chasing down the local and the state house. Let's look at some of the Indiana House districts that we have in our viewing. First, the Indiana State Senate District 44. If we can pop that up there, Emily, if that's at all possible. She's popping that up, and we're going to see how the incumbent, the Republican, Eric Cook, running away with that seat at this point with 69% reporting. Again, not projected. And we're going to come back here online here in a minute, but we're going to take a real quick break to do some TV for you as well. Stay with us here at WHAS11.com.
This is a live election update from WHAS 11 News tonight. Hello, everybody. I'm Doug Proffitt of the Night Team, reporting to you here tonight. Some of the top races. We'll be going back to ABC News in just a second. Well, Mitch McConnell, he's already gone home tonight in Louisville, accepting victory in his race against Democrat Amy McGrath just shortly after 8 o'clock tonight. WHAS 11 Shay McAllister was there when Mitch McConnell made his victory speech in Louisville, and Shay has more on what the senator, now going back for his 7th term, had to say. Shay?
Well, Doug, early on in the night, his campaign staff told us they were expecting this to be an early evening. They were hoping it would be an early evening, and that is exactly what they got. It was just before 8 o'clock that we started to hear some cheers out in the hallway. We were here at the Omni in a ballroom, and once his campaign staff started to see certain media outlets calling this race, they came in and notified us that it would just be a few minutes before the senator made his way over to talk to us. Earlier today, we were talking with voters out at the fairgrounds, talking to them about this Senate race and what they were looking for in their candidates. Many of the Amy McGrath voters telling us he has been in office way too long. They were hoping for a change. However, Senator Mitch McConnell voters saying that it is that experience, that tenure that they admire and they're proud of. And tonight he hit on that in his speech.
Tonight, Kentucky said we're keeping our front row seat in the Senate. We don't yet know which presidential candidate will begin a new term in January. We don't know which party will control the Senate. But some things are certain already. We know grave challenges will remain before us, challenges that could not care less about our political polarization.
Talking for less than 20 minutes with us earlier tonight, he had a lot to say about his plans once he steps back into office. And as you heard him there, he said he didn't know who will be there with him. But Doug, coming up tonight on the Night Team, more from that speech and this race. Doug?
All right, Shay, thank you very much. We're also covering Amy McGrath in Central Kentucky tonight. We have not yet heard from her. We'll be back with you coming along in just a little bit.
Indiana infrastructure advantages, roads, rail, trails, broadband internet connections, ports, both air and water, continue to go up. Building permits continue to go up even during a year with a global pandemic. And all the while, our recidivism rate has gone down. Our infant mortality rate has gone down, Terry. Our overdose death rate has gone down. Ladies and gentlemen, even and especially in a year like 2020, ain't it good to be a Hoosier? Hope and growth and opportunity are alive and well in our state. And knowing that this is the day the Lord hath made, and we should rejoice and be glad in it. And whether or not you voted for me or Suzanne, thank you for voting. Let's get busy. Let's get busy helping our neighbors in need, just like all those nurses and doctors and assistants and teachers and law enforcement officials and firefighters and Indiana National Guards, women and men, every time they leave home. They leave home to serve us. Let's get busy by building up our neighborhoods and our neighbors. Let's get busy by proving the truth will prevail against any detachment from any honest mooring. Let's get busy by showing that civility is way more productive than civil unrest. My friends, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get busy building one Indiana for all. God bless and good night.
Good evening from WHAS 11 News. I'm Chris Williams. This is Election Night 2020. We're doing things a little bit different this year because of the pandemic and things of that nature, but many of you have been tuning in through us throughout the evening on social media here at WHAS11.com, the app, and our YouTube channel. And when you look from the sky, you say, you look like you're in a garage. Well, we are in a garage, but this is what we're calling the expert garage. We have a couple of really great experts who've been helping us analyze the races that are the most important to you. And to my right, to the left of your screen, you see David Tandy. He is the former Metro Council president and a Democratic strategist. Julia Krigler to his right, and she is a Republican strategist. And we have been going over a lot of these races for you throughout the evening. And if you are a Republican in Kentucky, you are looking at the impact of the Trump and McConnell races having on some of these state house and state senate races that will be heard when the General Assembly returns in January. We want to start with Kentucky Senate District 5. Stephen Meredith easily winning against two challengers there. David, this was not a surprise. He is not an unpopular incumbent, but in a year when you have opportunities out there and some wild cards with the pandemic, this was not a bad effort by independents and libertarians to try to take out a somewhat popular Republican.
True, and then you notice in that race as well, there were no Democrats. Right. There wasn't a Democrat to run. So to see an 84% turnout for Senator Meredith, that's a good thing.
not a shock. The next House or the next Senate district that we have there is a real headline coming out of this, and that should be the 7th district seat. This is a seat that was controlled by former Governor Julian Carroll, who retired after years of service in Frankfort. And there were 3 people in that race, one of whom was his son, who ran as an independent. Now, this was a big-time Democrat district, Julia.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it appears that a Republican is going to be sitting in Julian Carroll's seat.
It does. I think surprising probably to a lot of people. Adrian Southworth, as some folks will remember, worked for the Lieutenant Governor Janine Hampton, and kind of part of the fallout of the Bevin administration was part of that lawsuit challenging her firing. So there's all kinds of strange dynamics at play here, but really looking at a Republican picking up this seat that's so overwhelmingly filled with state employees, it's surprising to see, but we had heard there was a lot of she had the momentum.
The dynamic is going to be fascinating to watch on the floor of the Senate, that because she's a part of this now bigger supermajority that was there. At the time, she's going to be interacting with, at the time of her controversy, there were Bevin supporters who, after the Bevin fallout, after his election came out, not necessarily in his favor. And you see, how's she going to interact with Damon Thayer? How's she going to interact with Robert Stivers?
Or Ralph Alvarado.
Ralph Alvarado,
who was on the ticket.
It
will be interesting to watch.
I cannot wait for that day for her to be sworn in. But David, it has to be a gut punch to see Julian Carroll, a former Democratic governor of Kentucky, he goes into retirement and the Republicans take that seat from you.
Yeah. Well, it is, but it also is reflective of the fact that the state is trending, more Republican in our rural areas. Most of your voters that you would have who are more Democratic leaning, who live in some more rural counties, when they have an opportunity to move, they move into.
This is Franklin County. This is
Julia but Gravis won Franklin County, but he won Franklin County, and then you also had, when you were looking at the turnout results, Woodford County had not been reported yet, which is where it's Gravis's home, there. So I think, with all of it, you take a look at it with a grain of salt and look at it with clear eyes and recognize it for what it is.
Do you remember where we started this night? I think the Democrats were only down 10 seats, or they only had 10. They had 10 seats. I think it was
10 seats in the Senate. In the Senate, yes.
It was 28 to 10. Julia, do you want to tell our friends at home where it appears that they're going to be at the end of this night, since you're the Republican?
Yeah, it looks like there's still more juice to be squeezed, and they're going to end up with 30 members and 30 Republicans and 8 Democrats.
Is that healthy?
I
asked the Republican. It's their lowest.
I think big tent. Going to be a lot of new dynamics in that caucus with 2 new members.
We've already seen some of the Republicans in that caucus fight over situations such as Marcy laws, which passed tonight. You had a couple of high-profile Republicans actually fighting, one calling the other names on the floor of the Senate.
It's not a great look.
It's not a great look. But
it's not a great
so
look.
how do 30 members then get the work of the people done without fighting just to see who gets to control that party in the supermajority, a bigger supermajority?
Yeah, Robert Stivers has a big job on his hands. It's a lot. It's a lot of dynamics. It's a big caucus, and it's lots of personalities, but he always gets it done.
And somebody who's a Democrat who I know both of you are close with, he won tonight, and that is Morgan McGarvey. He was unopposed. He probably would have won his district anyway. The Senate Minority Leader.
As did Gerald Neal. Longtime senator, as did
unopposed
Reggie Thomas.
So there you go. You got to take those wins while you can, right, David?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look. We're talking about these state house and senate races that impact your life, and we want to try to break down some of the House that we can. And we're gonna as we start this discussion, as Emily starts to prepare the graphics that we have with some of the local House races. Julie, you've talked to some pretty high-profile members of the House.
Yeah.
And we've been trying to do the math, David, and we think the Republicans may have picked up at least 8 seats in the Kentucky House of Representatives.
Yeah, 8 potentially even 10. So I think when we started the night,
It was 62-38 with a supermajority for the Republicans.
It was, and I felt like Republicans would probably get to, I think I said 67 or 68, and maybe lose one. And currently, as it stands, they're at 8 and counting. And so redistricting is going to be
It's going to be
lift.
painful because you're going to have some Republicans who are all in power, and then they're going to have to, maybe somebody's going to get redistricted out of their seat.
Yeah, and people have to remember and appreciate these are Republicans running under Greg Stumbo's lines. These are districts that were written for Democrats to win elections. And I think, as David's alluded to, the state is just trending more conservative, and you have more Democrats who now are either changing registration, which we've seen a lot of, or truly voting Republican.
Well, David, as we get into these, I want to hear your take on some of these. Let's go ahead and get into some of these House graphics there, Emily. I guess we'll start off with the congressional districts that were not much of a surprise. Jamie Comer was 75% of that vote.
Yeah, right. I mean, that first congressional district, which takes you all the way to the Mississippi River, and then there's a finger that goes along the southern border into what would be considered central Kentucky there. Yeah, that's what we would expect. And if you notice, we'll go through all these numbers in terms of the House races, whether it was the Republican or the Democrats. You see similar margins for all those races.
So we'll quickly go through the other U.S. House races with District 2, Brett Guthrie, another southern Kentucky district, easily winning there. Then David, we'll give you the honors of talking about District 3, because this was not a shock, but this is a good night.
Yeah, well, DT, David Tandy,
called it.
Press
Called it before anybody else called it.
Before all of them. Yeah, so you see it, Congressman Yarmus there comfortably, winning his race for re-election, and continuing to serve the people of Jefferson County.
Yeah, 62-38%. District 4, Thomas Massie going back to the U.S. Congress. And the really interesting thing was the Trump train was running over him 9 months ago. And then he didn't necessarily jump on board with them, but he took that momentum that they got in other places in the state.
Yeah. One thing I think you can, you made the reference a couple of times about the Trump, the Trump train. At the end of the day, I think where we are as a country, and particularly when it comes to the electorate, is it's not even so much going to be about ideology, or if it's going to be about policy. It's going to be about what team are you on. So if you have a red jersey, people are going to vote for you, and if you have a blue jersey, people are going to vote, and you are on the blue team, people are going to vote for you there. So it's really starting to get into what those numbers are. We keep on talking about here in Kentucky, well, there's more Democrats who are registered than Republicans. But then I remind everybody, in Kentucky, Mark Twain always said he wanted to die in Kentucky because things happen 10 years later here, and similarly, things happen as it relates to voter registration later here as well. So you have a lot of those Democrats who really would fall in that line of that Dixiecrat type of person who now is a rock rib of the Republican Party voting that way.
When you talk, and you've talked online earlier tonight about being that blueberry in the tomato soup, do you feel like a much smaller, lonely blueberry when you have a night like this, or do you just feel it's one of those things?
No, I mean, so now, again, this may be me, the closer I get to 50 and beyond, you start to have a little bit clearer eyes and things, and you're looking at it. But, you recognize there are going to be swings of the political pendulum that are going to take place over the course of one's life and one lifetime, and so everything that you think is permanent now is not going to be that way going forward. I'll give you a prime example looking nationally. How many years ago our election cycle was it that we saw Virginia as a swing state? And tonight, it was one of the first states that were called for the Democrats. Yeah. By the AP. So, things change and they shift and they move, and so all of us are wiser when we recognize that.
let's hit this other Kentucky congressional seat, and then I'd like to call in Rob Hairston as we quickly run down through these Indiana Senate and House races, because we want to get to those before we have another television cut in here in about 5 minutes. But Andy Barr is going to go back to Congress after what has been a year that no one would want to have to endure, losing his wife at a young age, dying suddenly, and now the single dad of 2 little girls is going to be juggling being a single dad and going back to Congress. Hicks gave it a run there, David, but that was going to be a tough race to win this year anyway.
It was, but like I said, I'd love to see Josh Hicks run again. And take a shot at, and take another shot at it, because, again, every election cycle is different from the one before, and the electorate is going to be different than the one before. So
that's how Andy Barr won it. He had to run it more than once to get it.
Let's go ahead, and while we have Rob Harris with us, let's try to get through some of these Indiana State and Senate races while we can and see where we stand there. The first one I'd like to get to, Emily, is Indiana State Senate District 44. When we get that graphic up, we'll start to discuss those. Earlier we saw Eric Holcomb projected the winner. We now know that Todd Rokita will be projected the winner of the Attorney General's race. Donald Trump finally projected as the winner in that race, something we had been anticipating would come up. And now if we can take a look at any of the Indiana House races, if we can get those up, or Senate races, which I think Emily's pulling them up there. Emily is a fantastic director, and she is flying by her seat of her pants just the way we are tonight. As we
hundreds
go
and hundreds
these.
of these to sift
yes,
through.
Yes, okay, let's go with Indiana
time.
House District 65, which is where we're going to start, and it looks like an easy win there for Chris May.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting, and this is just sort of a side point, to watch the AP call races at different times when the margins have appeared to be closer, but that's kind of a lesson for those of us who are watching and those at home, which is that they're doing mathematical calculations not only on how much of the vote is in so far, but how much they expect it to come in later on in the evening. So even though we're seeing like a 78%, for the Republican there have been tighter races that have been called, but that's because of outlying factors with how much.
We're trying to figure out where those districts are. And it's different this year with some of the way things are lined up. You just don't know what precincts are still out there when you have these voting super centers. So that does make it harder. Emily, let's go to the next Indiana House, District 66.
And there's a great example where the margin's closer, but they are projecting Zach Payne as the winner.
Good. Zach Payne, the Republican there for Clark and Jefferson counties. District 67, then, if we have it. No, I'm sorry, 69. 67 was, there was no one running against. Jim Lucas will easily win that 69th district seat. Well, it looks like with only 33% of the vote recording, he's got such a huge lead. It'll be hard in that district to find Democrat votes, especially to those numbers.
Especially like you said, when so far in the head already in the evening.
Do we have the others there, Emily, that we can take a look at? What do you have there?
If we can pull up, do you have, there we go. So
there's 70.
And 71 is actually one that I do know has been called for the Democrat, which is Rita Fleming. She has been projected the winner for Indiana House District 71.
Saw the Republican in 70, Rita Fleming in 71. That's Clark County's district, and then 42. This is the Ed Clear seat. And 72, Ed Clear, longtime Republican in District 72. Do we have the...
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties with that one.
For some reason, we're not able to take that one. Do you have the latest number on that?
Actually, as of the AP right now, it's still saying 0 and 0, so we're going to have to look into that.
Okay, that's a Floyd County seat, so we'll have to look into how that is working out. Tell you what we're going to do. We want to thank you for hanging out with us online, on social media, and our YouTube channel throughout the night. For my colleague Rob Harris, for David Tanny and Julia Krigler, we're going to toss it back to the TV for a minute, and then in a little bit we'll come back here and fill you in a little bit more.
This is a live election update, live from WHAS 11 News. Hello, everybody. I'm Doug Proffitt with the night team as we are bringing you full coverage of tonight's big results. And a new development here in the U.S. Senate race as Amy McGrath is now talking for the very first time. As you know now, Mitch McConnell will hold on to his Senate seat. He's going in for another 6 years. It'll be his 7th term. This race called shortly after 8 o'clock tonight. Now, just a few moments ago on Twitter, Amy McGrath released this statement.
Although we didn't get the result we wanted, the energy and optimism I saw in every corner of the state gives me so much hope for the future of our great Commonwealth. Today, it is my sincere hope that our country can start to heal after these ugly and divisive 4 years. I'm proud of my contributions in helping Democrats take back the House in 2018, and hopefully now the Senate in 2020. While we didn't win these campaigns, we were able to shore up efforts up and down the ticket in Kentucky.
Our team covering Mitch McConnell tonight in Louisville. We'll have more of his comments coming up on the night team. Now, turning to analysis on the races in Indiana, let's check in with our Rob Harris, who's in the election center with more on Indiana governor and attorney general and others. Rob?
Yeah, hey, Doug. And as I mentioned earlier in the evening, this has been something that the whole country heard first. The race for Indiana governor was one of the first that the AP called. They have called it for the current governor, Eric Holcomb, with about 58% of the vote. His Democratic challenger, Dr. Woody Myers, at 29%, and Libertarian challenger, Donald Rainwater, at 13%. Like I said, the AP called that earlier in the evening, but Governor Holcomb just gave his acceptance speech within the last 30 minutes or so, maybe about the last hour actually by now. But we have a clip from that to play for you.
Let's get busy by showing that civility is way more productive than civil unrest. My friends, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get busy building one Indiana for all. God bless and good night.
Governor Eric Holcomb reelected for 4 years in Indiana. The AP is also projecting the Indiana Attorney General race for Todd Rokita with 62% of the vote. And as we've been reporting as well, Indiana has voted for Donald Trump in the presidential race. We're still waiting on results for the Indiana House District 9. That's where Representative Hollingsworth is right now. He's leading right now with 66% of the vote, but that has not been officially called yet. Doug?
Okay, Rob, thank you very much. A couple of other local races of note here. We want to check in with you. Let's take a look at the Metro Council race from tonight. This is District number 6. We're looking at the Kentucky U.S. House District number 6 there. Andy Barr handily winning his race. Now, on the Metro Council races here, we want to let you know that David James is easily reelected. He represents the 6th District of the Metro Council there. He was a Louisville police officer for many years. He's also the Metro Council president. He's led the charge to investigate the Fisher administration's handling of the Breonna Taylor case and the protests afterward. Another race for Metro Council, also Cindy Fowler, the Democrat, first elected in 2012. She represents the Valley Station area. She beats Republican Michael Powell 53% to 47%. That's Louisville Metro Council District 17. Jefferson County School Board had some tough races with a lot of money thrown back into them. You might have seen some of the advertisements out. And let's take a look at School Board District number 2. Chris Kolb, a well-known name. He is the incumbent, elected in 2016. He'll be serving another 2-year term. He's a Spalding University professor. He represents schools like Bloom and Chenoweth Elementary, also Barrett Middle, Atherton, and Seneca High. And then in the next school board race, we want to take a look at 2 newcomers going for the seat, which was vacated by Chris Brady. Sarah McIntosh wins that race, representing Southeast Louisville. McIntosh taught for JCPS for 16 years, and she defeats Tammy Stewart, a former Jefferson County school bus driver, 63% to 37%. It's election night, and of course, on the night team, it's not going to be a late night for some of the top winners. We'll have those stories and more if our coverage continues from Central Kentucky right here to Louisville. All your top races. The team is working late tonight. See you in just a few minutes, coming up at 11 o'clock.
Welcome back to the WHAS 11 Expert Garage. I'm political editor Chris Williams. We are here with two great analysts, Republican Julia Krigler and Democrat David Tandy, and we have been breaking down these numbers for you throughout the evening as they've come in and try to give you a little bit of context to all these numbers. You see the numbers going across the bottom of your screen, or maybe you've been looking at one House race or one Senate race and you want to know how that fits in the big picture. Well, we're here to put it into context, and we want to start off with the big race that the nation has been watching in our area, and that is McConnell-McGrath. David Tandy, it was called relatively early, and it is a much bigger margin than most people anticipated.
Yeah, that 20 point margin in the race is one that I think is the most surprising. Going into the race, polls had it where you were looking at it at a 9-point spread there, but to see it come in as a 20% margin, you can see where Senator McConnell performed well in the more rural parts of the Commonwealth.
And he didn't perform poorly in Jefferson County, Julia. He did well in Jefferson County.
He did.
And roughly 80,000 vote margin, which is unheard of for a Republican in a statewide race.
Yeah, I think that was the most surprising, and I think it gives a lot of hope for state house Republicans, who I think were high in terms of vulnerability. Just Republicans in suburban areas are big targets, and so I think it's good news for them.
Well, let's get right into the biggest target of those suburban Republicans, and that was Jason Nemeth, the 33rd District Republican, going to bat for his third time. He'd been already been elected twice, and people thought Margaret Plattner would best him, Julia. They thought that she had a real chance. Now, we have votes that will be coming in late in the week, potentially, that will postmark by today, that have to be received and counted by Friday. But are there 2,500 votes in a swing like that left out there?
I don't think there's enough votes out there that even if she got every single one of them, Jason Nemeth wouldn't still win. And the interesting thing is, 2 years ago, Jason Nemeth won by the skin of his teeth because of Oldham County. And the numbers we're seeing here out of Jefferson are, his margins in Jefferson, I think, were about 900 votes. So significant, a very, very different race.
Well, we're looking, David, at only about 26,000, 27,000 votes in that district that should have up to maybe 38,000 votes or so. So there are quite a few votes that either were not placed or were not involved. Only 6% of those of the precincts still coming in from Jefferson County, although we've been told we're done for the night on those numbers. Is it a disappointment to see someone that your party was poised to take down like Jason Nemeth, and you appear to have fallen just short?
No, of course. Every time that you fall short, with in a campaign, it stings. But nonetheless, what you do is you get up the next day, you take a look at how the race was run and figure out what you can do better the next time, and then you run it, knowing that the next time that you'll run, particularly for House races, it's going to be in a midterm. You're not going to have a presidential race at the top of the ticket, and so you take your shot then.
But we were talking about Jason Nemeth, and as we look at that graphic, let me give you an idea, and let us give you an idea of why it is such a big deal, and that is because, Julia, your House Republicans went in with a 62-38 supermajority.
Yes.
They could run roughshod if they wanted to. They could do anything they wanted to with their agenda, and it appears they may be at 70 or 72 seats at the end of this night.
Yeah.
May have taken 8 to 10 seats by the time the dust settles.
Yeah, it's a remarkable feat, and I think it's important for folks to remember these are Republicans winning races in districts that Greg Stumbo drew the lines for. Back when Speaker Stumbo had the majority, he drew these lines for Democrats to win races. And so I think it really speaks to the shift and trend of Kentucky really embracing itself as a conservative state. David, it stings, but how do you now, as your party, get something done in that House and really push your agenda? Is it you look for the quote-unquote peacemakers who can team up with a Republican that they know, maybe their districts overlap? You see Mackenzie Cantrell, who's close with Jason Nemeth. They went to law school together, and we see them kibitzing in the House. Do you have to find the peacemakers who know that they can't just push their
ideological agenda without some give and take? Does this force a hand?
No, I think your job when you're in the minority in a legislative body is to essentially serve as the conscience of that legislative body, because if you allow for the majority to run unchecked, then there's a potential there for things to go off the rails. So your job as a member of the loyal minority is to raise issues of concern where you see them, where you can work together, you do, but where there are fundamental differences, you still raise them, and then if the majority wants to go ahead and do what it wants to, that you've raised your objections, but that going forward, eventually the tide is going to shift and it'll come back in your favor.
As I bring up the next point, if you all see me doing this, it's because apparently that fly from that vice presidential debate has now been coming over here, and I'm not going to sit there if it lands on my hair. I'm going to be swatting away like a madman. So I apologize if you see that. But the Senate Democrats were at a 28-10 minority going into tonight. It looks as though they're going to be 30-8. The Senate Minority Leader Morgan McGarvey is going to go back, not even as as we say in baseball, a player manager. He only has 8 players. He's got a starting 5 and 3 substitutes on a basketball team. How do you manage that, David?
Well, if you're using the basketball analogy, all you need are 2 or 3 good players, and you can still win a championship.
Still run a press.
Now that being said, and said it again, there are places where. There's a couple of things that happen there too. Because understand, even though now you've got in both the House and the Senate, they have those super majorities, there is difficulty managing and leading that type of a diverse body as well. Because a lot of times people think of Democrats as being a party where it's like a lot of different interesting characters. When you have majorities like you have on the Republican side, as well, there are a lot of interesting characters that are going to be there. There are going to be some infighting and bad blood that's going to be there, and so it's going to be in the Senate's case, President Stiver is going to have a difficult job of trying to lead that group, and there will be times where a group of Republicans who will want to get something done may have to go to and turn to their Democratic colleagues to get the votes necessary to pass something that they want to see happen.
You've ever served in a body where there's a lot of alpha personalities?
Just a little bit.
You know about like that, being a former Metro Council president. Let's show you the case in Indiana where Governor Eric Holcomb was declared the victor relatively early on in the night, even as we waited until or was projected the victor by the Associated Press early on in the night, even as we waited for that race to potentially be called in favor of President Donald Trump. He is going to return back to the governor's mansion, having taken it 4 years ago when Mike Pence left, so that he could run as the vice president. And speaking of the president and vice president, let's look at that, because in Kentucky, that was a race that was called relatively early on. I think at 7:07, if I'm not mistaken, 7 minutes after the Central Time Zone. And yes, we now have a picture of Kanye West with his 6,077 votes in Kentucky. He polled less than Joe Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate. Julia, were you surprised that Jorgensen didn't have a stronger turnout in Kentucky? Libertarian, you could argue that Rand Paul is a Libertarian more than he is a Republican. You could make that argument. And we've heard Republicans in the state of Kentucky that not necessarily weren't on the Trump train. They wanted to they weren't necessarily ready to cast a ballot for Donald Trump. Were you surprised that Jorgensen only got 1% of the vote, that she didn't play a bigger role in this?
No.
One answer.
No, I'm not. I mean, we are a two-party system, and I think, especially in presidential elections, veering outside of that two-party system, you kind of know what you're getting, which is you're kind of tossing your vote if you're not picking a side. Pick a team.
27-point change there for your Democrats there, David.
Yeah, but again, we've said before here in Kentucky, you're having the state trending more Republican. You have Democrats who are registered Democrats who really are Republicans. They just haven't decided to change their party affiliation just yet. So, nobody's surprised by that result.
Well, and so before we go ahead and wrap up for online, before we prepare for the 11 o'clock, the night team, I want to show you that same graphic out of Indiana, if we can, showing you how President Donald Trump was projected the winner by the Associated Press with a 22-point margin there in Indiana. Joe Jorgensen, though, getting 2% of the vote in Indiana, as Donald Trump coasting to victory both in Indiana and in Kentucky. I want to give a big thanks for our online coverage tonight to David Tandy and Julia Kriegler. Both, thank you so much spending the evening with us instead of at your home, shouting at your television. Always a pleasure to hang out with the two of you, and we really appreciate you helping put a lot of context on these numbers. So you didn't just have to look at your screen tonight or look down at your tablet and then just say, what does that mean? We're giving you some context. We're going to join you here in a few minutes on WHAS 11 at 11 o'clock. Our night team is going to have some full results throughout Kentucky, Indiana, and what it means to you in your hometown. So stick with us. We'll see you in a couple minutes on TV.